Can you hear me? It's uh that's on unmute.
Oh, it is. There we go.
And GR, can you hear us?
I heard whoever just said, "Can you hear us?" But everything else in the background sounds pretty digital.
Okay, thanks. We're working.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is the Tuesday, March 12th County Commissioner Work Session. We've just come out of executive session, and we are now going into our upcoming regular meeting items. And first up is the first quarter budget supplemental requests, and Connie Baker is here.
Good morning.
May I ask this TV to be turned on, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Where's the remote?
Where are we going? Supplemental.
All right.
Just far enough over. I can't see it.
Are we ready? Hi.
Are you ready for her to start?
Yes, I am. Oh,
Okay.
please, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, we've got a number of supplemental requests to present to the board this morning. And the first one is Ingrid with the Clerk and Recorder's Office.
Hi, everybody. We would like to, we've had a half of an FTE in motor vehicle for some time, and we would like to increase that FTE from 20 hours a week to 29 hours a week. This will enable us to cover our peak hours as well as actually allow some of the motor vehicle staff to take PTO and cover for other emergencies. We had a FMLA emergency last year, basically, that kept us short-staffed for a long time. We have enough budget in 2024 to cover this. Going forward, we would use our $10 late fee to cover those 9 hours a week. So asking for a supplemental, but not actually asking for money.
So does that make that employee stop just short of benefits? Is that the 29 hours?
Yes. Yes.
So they're
Not very nice.
at the top end of part-time.
Well, and I'll add that when it was just 20 hours, we kind of needed every day of the week to cover peak hours, and we had a hard time finding anybody that would travel for, 4 hours a day. So this, actually, the temp that we've been using now is interested in doing that, but doing the 29 hours, so.
Without benefits.
But, so there are some people, I think she's on her husband's, but so there are people more likely to be interested in 29 hours than 20,
And that's just in the motor vehicle department.
just motor vehicle.
Other questions?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Thanks, Ingrid.
You know, it's a tricky department. Send them our regards and gratitude.
Tell them all hi and thank you for all they've done for us lately.
Okay, next we have a request from IT, and Carrie is on the line with us.
Hey, Carrie, can you hear us?
Hi there. Good morning.
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
So cold in here.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. So this request here in regards to website accessibility is in regards to the legislation that was passed back in June of 2021. Long story short, this act makes it a civil rights violation for a government agency to exclude people with disabilities from receiving services or benefits because of lack of accessibility. So, long story short, what do we need to do about that? So any Colorado government entity that doesn't comply with these web accessibility standards by July 1st of this year, 2024, could be subject to injunctive relief. So what we are looking to accomplish is to engage with two vendors, Be Accessible and Site Improve. And the reason we had chosen these two vendors is they were sole sourced by our neighbors over at the city of Englewood. And they have had good luck in regards to using Be Accessible for auditing externally facing websites. So for example, pickenscounty.com. And then they also help repair those accessibility barriers. The other vendor is Site Improve, and this vendor would be coming in and providing us with accessibility training and giving us a curriculum so that we can educate ourselves to help maintain that accessibility compliance in future years. We currently don't have the bandwidth or the expertise within our staff now to accomplish this. And I do want to make sure that we are following legislation and abiding by the rules, so to speak. So the ask here is for a total of $125,000. That would cover services from both vendors. We had budgeted $25,000 initially during the budgeting season, but still need the remaining $100,000 in order to move forward.
And is this a one-time or is this an annual?
This would be a one-time because my hope is that once we are trained, then our webmasters or the folks as part of our organization who are then trained would become subject matter experts and then can train others or basically enable us to maintain that compliance.
I have another question, Carrie. So can you split that 100,000 or 125,000 up between the web design services? I guess that's the technical design services, and then there's the training for us to be able to do it. Is there a way to break that up between the two vendors so we know what does it cost? I'm still trying to figure out what it actually is we have to do.
Yeah, yep, understood. So the vendor Be Accessible, who would be performing the audit of our externally facing websites and then doing those repairs, that's going to run us about $60,000 to $75,000 was the quote on that. And then the remaining budget would be for Site Improve for that training curriculum, which we would then get our employees trained and have them become train the trainers, so to speak, so that we can keep that knowledge in-house for years to come. We could utilize Site Improve on an annual basis and pay for those services, but in my opinion, it's pretty expensive, and I would prefer to just obtain the knowledge, document that knowledge, and then utilize it in the future without having to use their services on an ongoing basis.
Great. Question, Kelly.
Hi, Carrie. I'm wondering, are any of the state departments providing assistance to local governments about this? Since I know this is a major lift for everyone.
Major lift for everyone. To my knowledge, not at this juncture. Every person is pretty much on their own within, what they can handle. I know the city of Englewood even went as far as getting some term limited assistance to become like ADA coordinators is what they're calling them. I don't know as if we need to go that route. I would rather just utilize these vendors and then get our staff trained up.
Okay. On a tangential but related note, I will note the staff have requested that we curtail some of our meetings for the next 4 months so that they can focus on this transition project as well.
Some of the APTA meetings?
Yes.
So the staff has more time, because it takes them so long to prepare for our meetings.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? or
I
questions?
just found the increase in budget from 25,000 that came through our budget process to asking for another 100,000 to be of interest. I mean, generally it's, we were off by, but that's significant, but it's something we need to do. I just wish it had been able to come through the budget process rather than supplemental.
Well, this is an unfunded mandate supplemental.
Yeah, but a $100,000 increase over the budget, and this is only March.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but anyway.
I hope
I can
somebody's getting
appreciate
their
that,
money's
Patty.
worth here.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, I hope somebody is getting their money's worth, but I'm not sure who. Maybe this will really make our website that much more accessible. I can't visualize it, but I guess that's for the experts.
Sure, understood. And just to provide a little bit to your comment, Patty, because I completely understand where you're coming from. the guidance that we received wasn't even published by the State Office of Information Technology until September. So after our budgeting had pretty much been closed, more or less. So we couldn't even start necessarily preparing numbers until that guidance was published. So it was hard on us too, to try to figure out a magical number.
When we've been seeing that with lots of other issues coming from the state, last minute changes,
Right.
so it's not a surprise,
We're not
but thank you.
surprised. Thanks, Carrie. Do we have any other thumbs up, people? Do we need? we
We'll
just
see you
wanna-
tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks.
Okay, up next, aerial photography.
Next, we have Mary Lackner here with us.
Hi.
Hi, Mary. Welcome.
Mary, I request you bring your dog the next time you come to the BoCC.
We haven't seen Zeus in a while.
You're talking about aerial dography?
On homestay.
Yeah, he's just
Um,
so big and sweet.
So this is a request. We acquire aerial photography every 4 years and fly primarily the private lands of Picken County. We don't fly, the backcountry areas. And this is a request to increase this replacement schedule to every 2 years. And since the technology to acquire imagery has come down in cost, it's not going to cost that much more to increase to a 2-year period and basically only request about $2,500 more a year to do this. The imagery is used across county applications. The public can see it on our website, Maps and More. They can also download it for what they need to use it for in terms of either development or looking at properties or monitoring a particular property. So it's a pretty accessible program across departments as well as the public. And people do like to know that the imagery is current as opposed to saying, oh, it is 3.5 or 4 years old. We do find everyone likes to know it's only a year or two old. So that's what our request is.
You're way more caught up than Google Earth.
Yeah. Or any of those.
We like to think so. And we're much clearer too. Our pixel resolution, people do say, okay, there's other products out there, but what we're acquiring is a pretty high resolution product that you can see a lot of detail in a property.
It's a wave when they fly over.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about what
Look at your license plate.
Yeah, no. Pretty interesting
So who does
sometimes.
this for us?
We do put out a request for proposals, and it is a competitive process. We have been using the same vendor for the past, 4 or 5 missions, and they are very familiar with our terrain. That does tend to be a challenge, as well as snow and melt and leaf off. These are things that we want so we can actually see the ground. So it does go out for a competitive process.
Has satellite imagery ever shown any promise for competing with this?
It is getting better. The concern with that is the county would not own the imagery, whereas when we acquire through a flyover vendor and a fixed aircraft acquiring it, we put a stipulation that the county does own those negatives so that we can then provide that imagery for free download to the public and anyone who wants to use it. Most of the satellite companies, you are like leasing or renting their imagery for a period of time, and we cannot then redistribute that imagery. And I think that is what I've heard from the public that we work with, that is something important.
Is the database just growing then? Like you're keeping last year's and the 2 years ago, we've got that so you can reference
Yeah.
changes over time?
Yeah,
Right.
we have a pretty amazing time slider on Maps and More that you can slide back to our initial imagery in 1991. So you can look at a property and just slide all the way back and see the changes.
See the houses growing, the pools going in, the vanity ponds.
Things
fountains.
change.
The heated parking lots. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Nope,
I
good.
think
Thanks,
this is a
Mary.
good
Reasonable,
proposal.
yeah.
Seems like a deal to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, what's
Next
next?
we have GR, and he has a request for the microgrid
Oh,
project.
you've changed yours.
Yeah, I've changed. Oh, GR, I was gonna pinch hit in case he couldn't make
There
it,
he
so it
is.
looks like you're there, GR.
Well, I do need to get back. My wife is just waking up from surgery right now. I'm over in Vail. But thank you, board. This supplemental request is for the AABC Integrated Microgrid Project. We've been marching this forward, and I'd like to report that we do have a lot of progress on the project, and we're looking forward to starting construction in May. Through the process, we've updated the board about inflation, area pressures, and then also, as we've gone by purchasing each piece of equipment, just even in between the time of getting some of our initial estimates to actually ordering it, each piece of equipment has gone up a little bit. We have bid the construction twice. We do have a contractor with a notice of award right now. We're waiting for this process to go through and to do our issued for construction drawings to issue them a contract. But they're looking forward to starting in May. Through all of this, what we have ended up doing is eating our contingency budget. And so with the supplemental, we would add $350,000 and reallocate the money that the board had budgeted for any additional grant funding towards the project to reestablish some of our contingency funding and fully fund the construction without having to go through a value engineering process.
Questions?
No, I mean, we're this far down the line.
We're on
We're
the
stopping
rails.
now.
It's a little hard to
right?
reel it back, isn't it?
Yeah.
It makes everything else look really cheap. That's a really good thing about it.
Nancy's an optimist today.
Wait till you get to the airport one on here.
GR, I just had a question, and this is a tangential, but it's a quick answer because I know you have to get back. Is this microgrid expandable? Can it expand within
Yes.
the geographic area to include other essential services?
Yes, we could do that. Depending on the essential service, there might be more economical ways to do that. But we can certainly look at other essential services, especially if they are fairly adjacent to the project area, being the RAF, the bus barn, the public works facility, or the airport.
Got it.
And Greg, this model we're hoping could be used in other locations. I mean, as a kind of a
To move it
footprint.
around.
And,
I was
yeah.
just thinking,
Around
what
the
is you've got some of the dispatch or the fire department people out there. That's not part of it, I understand, but
Not
could
right
be
now.
at some point.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to see it go forward, and good luck to your wife. Have fun.
Thank you.
Been there.
Thanks, GR.
Thank
Okay,
you.
take care.
Okay, next, Andrew is here from Road and Bridge with a supplemental request.
Hey, Andrew. Good to see you.
Hey, everyone.
Do you go by Andrew or Andy?
I go by Andrew.
You do. Okay. For
I
some reason,
do.
I thought I saw Andy somewhere. I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
You may have. It was not from me. Even in
Now we
elementary
know.
school, I thought that was too juvenile for myself.
Okay, there you
I'm
go.
a weird kid.
You
so-
definitely look like an Andrew.
He's an engineer.
Thank you.
No frivolity.
Well,
I have a friend
it
whose
kind
little
of
boy
looked
is
like
Charles.
it looked like the Redstone area and the old trestle bridge above the coke oven. So I thought that would have been appropriate for this meeting. but
Put
it was
that up
not.
there. Excellent.
Yeah, so here to present my request to accelerate the process for the design of the Redstone South Bridge replacement. It had originally been identified in the budget to begin next year, but after having additional internal discussions and strategizing with sustainable strategies on potential grant opportunities, we thought it would be a good idea to accelerate this process to have a shovel-ready bid package ready for the November 25 grant cycle, which has some bridge funds available, and also allow us additional time for public engagement and outreach to inform the design decisions and still try and hit our 2026 construction date there, knowing that, you know, each delay in construction is going to be a significant additional expense to the county.
Is there a particular federal fund? I didn't see that.
Yeah, what's the,
Infrastructure.
whose grant
Just
cycle is that?
Yeah.
So the intent is to perform this design to keep us eligible for all federal and state grants. You know, I've had outreach with the local agency program manager at CDOT to give me guidance on how to perform this design. One grant opportunity available is the Bridge Improvement Program grant from the feds. The state also has some grants available, but they're pretty limited in their availability. You gotta be pretty low on the list for bridge conditions, and that's how Castle Creek Bridge up Castle Creek Road was replaced. I hope to not get to that bridge rating for this structure.
You need to degrade more before they'll fork over.
Yes, yeah, and there's, as you may know, every 2 years, all of our bridges are inspected. Our bridge inspection cycle is this summer, and I'll talk to the bridge inspectors and tell them to be extra critical on this inspection cycle. They probably ignore me, but, you know.
Yeah, we're going to enclose pictures of the pavement at the runway and include them in the bridge proposals.
Are the grants with the infrastructure program?
I do believe they're part of that
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, I don't know the exact funding sources of all those grants. Ashley's been a great resource on that.
So are you thinking about changing the design of the Redstone Bridge, doing something different?
We have a lot of options, or maybe not that many options, but one of the big decisions for the Redstone Bridge replacement is whether or not to keep the current bridge open during construction.
Oh,
Because you could, theoretically, there's a north bridge in Redstone. You could close the current bridge and replace it in the current alignment, which will be the most cost-effective way to do the bridge replacement. It's a shorter span, and you're gonna save costs on traffic control and other throwaway work associated with that phasing. But there will be, you know, more impacts, construction impacts with that approach. You could also potentially construct the new bridge adjacent to the current bridge. Your span length might get a little longer, which is gonna increase your bridge cost, but you're gonna have that resiliency and connectivity to the community by having both bridges open for that duration. So that's part of what I have currently written in the RFQ scope for the consultant, is to put together a couple exhibits of kind of bridge alignment, bridge costs, bridge impacts of both of these major scenarios to present to the local community to get their feedback and help inform our decision-making on how we should move forward in that area.
What if
so
the-
if you, I'm
go
sorry,
ahead,
I was
go
just
ahead,
going to
go
finish
ahead.
up if you don't mind, Greg.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you do an adjacent bridge, you'd have to realign the road on both sides a bit too, right? I mean,
You would have, yeah, there'd be road realignment costs, potential utility relocations, and
utilities.
property acquisitions. It's
Wow.
never easy.
Interesting.
The property to the north is mostly owned by the county, so that helps if we're open to that use for the property. Right now, it's not right of way for the road. It's, you know, a parcel county owned.
I
So-
almost always take that entrance anyway, so.
The west entrance?
The north, yeah, the north one, you know, the little bridge down by Doray Way. Yeah.
Downstream.
Yeah, and you know, there are some benefits to moving the Highway 133 intersection slightly to the north that you would get with a realignment with better sight distance and safety for those turning movements. But they're marginal gains, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
I wonder if anybody in Redstone would prefer to just have the one bridge, just so it would make it a little bit quieter for drive-throughs.
I'm sure you could find someone
You'd
that held
find
that
somebody
opinion.
who hold
But
that.
it would be driving all the way through the town
Yeah.
every time. Right now, you don't have to drive through the town to go to the inn and stuff, you know,
That was-
or the castle.
Right,
Yeah,
I
and
have
then
a
there-
request.
go ahead.
yeah.
Great.
Go ahead, yeah, Patty.
Yeah, when you get those preliminary designs, I'd like to think the board would want to see them at the,
Thank you.
maybe even
Yeah.
prior to them going to the public, so we're prepared for public discussion.
Okay, yeah, that's a
If the
reasonable
board-
request.
I think it would be interesting to see the impacts.
Me too.
It's either, Art Nouveau or Gothic, we have to decide.
Yeah, there's it's sensitive aesthetics. It's a historic district in the area. That bridge railing has doghouse style cutouts on it, which is a neat aesthetic treatment there, kind of somewhat similar to the current Grand Avenue Bridge that has doghouse lookalikes.
I
They
have
don't
to
go
go
all the way
look
through.
at that. I didn't, never noticed that.
So
Thank
that'll
you.
be part of our outreach discussion with the community to kind of get those aesthetic opinions. We don't want to go too far with the aesthetics, and spend a lot of money on that aesthetic treatments if we can avoid it, in my opinion.
Form follows function, your Bauhaus. I'm happy to see this come back to us. Any other questions?
Yeah, it would be just quick. Wouldn't be a huge, well, who knows how quick is these
Yeah.
days, so, yeah, I think that would be great. Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Thanks a
happy to
lot.
bring these exhibits to you guys once we get a consultant on board and get these developed. And
Great.
sounds like you want to see them before we go to the public, which no problem.
I do have a question while you're here.
Sure.
Again, a little tangential, but as you are investigating some of these grants, if you come across things that can help private road owners with bridge replacement, we definitely have issues with that over
Okay.
in that valley. And it'd be great to be able to pass information like that along.
Yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of chatter about private bridges,
Yeah.
conditions of private bridges as it relates to emergency service access
Yeah.
and lack of inspection on those bridges. So I'll definitely keep my eyes open.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Looking forward to seeing it. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Okay, moving right
Okay,
along.
next,
Health
we've
plan.
got Human Services and a grant that they have received, and Stuart Fox should be on the line with us.
Hey, Stuart, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Pretty well. You're a little bit muffled maybe, but
All right. I'll try to speak a little louder and a little clearer. So, this supplemental request stems from the Rocky Mountain Health Plan's annual grant funding opportunity that they provide for human services departments throughout the state of Colorado. In the fourth quarter of 2023, I believe it was in December, Rocky Mountain Health Plan let us know here at Human Services that we were awarded $20,000 of this grant funding, and in their words, for support to DHS staff, given the challenges that were presented with the end of the public health emergency. We received these funds into our account in January of 2024. Senior leadership at Human Services chose to use these funds as a bonus for all Human Services staff. And then this bonus was issued as a separate check, which was issued to HS staff on February 16th.
Oh, so it's already gone out to them with,
it's already been done.
Okay, well then, we'll approve it.
I have a
We do
concern.
need to appropriate the
Yeah,
funding though.
we always try and be fair with staff across the board, and I think that the Human Services Department did have an extra load on them with the pandemic, et cetera. But, I just want the rest of the staff to know how much we appreciate everything that every department does throughout the county. But this is a special circumstance. I don't want anybody to feel slighted because they're not getting a $909 bonus. That's
Thanks,
already
Patty.
been given out.
Thank you. Thanks, Patty. Anything else? Okay. And this grant was specifically for this purpose, so I'm grateful that the state has advanced this to us. Great, thank you. I think
you,
we're
Stuart.
good to keep moving.
Okay, next we've got the airport.
I love the photos.
10 feet in the right direction on this
I
one.
know. I thought it was this way when it was.
Makes it a little more real that way. So, good afternoon, Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. So we're bringing back to you a $1.4 million supplemental for some additional pavement work that we need to have taken care of during the spring closure. This was pavement distress that was noticed after we did the annual budget. It's, annual budget was for about $7 million. This is in addition to that. We have two areas that we're looking at doing some maintenance on. One would be the North General Aviation Ramp. We're expecting, the engineer's estimate on that is about $600,000. The runway center line, we're developing a longitudinal crack along that, and I'll get a little more specific about that in a minute. And engineer's estimate is about $800,000 on that, total supplemental of 1.4, and this will come out of the, we're acquiring a fairly decent unrestricted fund balance with the airport. We're saving that really for terminal design, but we'll have to use a portion of that for this.
Got it. Could you show us where on the runway the center line crack is, and when do we know it's something we need to focus on?
We do need to focus on it. I can assure you of that. It is actually, I don't have a map to show you the aerial of where that is because it changes every day, but it's really from the north end of the runway to about 2,500 feet from the north end moving south.
But it's right down the runway.
It's right down the center.
And it's continuously, so it's half a mile long?
It's, yep.
The crack is almost half a mile long?
Half a mile long. Yep.
I did not know that. I don't see it when I fly in.
That's a good thing. Yeah, yeah. So the North General, I'm sorry, Greg.
No, you go ahead. I'll say something later.
Okay, sounds good. So start with the North General Aviation Ramp. So we have a couple of areas of distress that are popping up in this. The pavement in that area is only about 4 inches thick. So we'll have to do full depth patches. It's not something you can mill and overlay because it's just too shallow. We'll follow that up with a slurry seal. So the full depth patches are the red areas you see there. The slurry seal is the green and magenta areas. We've separated those out as two projects just in case we run out of time. We have to come back and redo things, and then we'll replace all the markings that are impacted by that project.
What was the last thing you just said? I didn't hear that. After
Slurry seal. So what we'll do is we phased out those two projects between the green and magenta areas, just in case during the closure we run out of time, we can come back and do that at a separate time.
And that's an overlay of an asphalt?
Yeah, just like when you treat your driveway.
And that's an airport closure event also?
We're doing this all during the closure. So all those aircraft will be moved out of there so we can take care of this.
So when you, if we run out of time and you have to do it another time, that would be another airport closure?
No, we can, that's why we separated it out, because this is separate, so we wouldn't close the taxiway.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Question about just the areas that are the full depth patches. Is there any particular reason it almost looks like, are those particular parking spots for really heavy aircraft, or is it just?
No, it's an excellent question, but no, actually they're not. They're just general areas. There's no rhyme or reason to why they're happening there. We are noticing every spring a fair amount of what we call pumping, which is moisture coming up from the subsurface.
Well, there is a stream bed under there somewhere, right?
They're a little north of there. We have Owl Creek that comes through. Yes.
Okay, so there's some soil saturation existing. Yep. Right.
Exactly.
It'd make a nice wetland.
It would.
Probably was.
Okay, Kelly.
Is the FBO on the hook for the repairs that are fund restricted due to their exclusive FBO lease?
No, unfortunately, actually, go to the next slide. Sorry, Connie skipped way ahead on me there. No, that's okay. So, to answer your question, Kelly, no, they're one more up, actually, I think. Or maybe I might have, maybe I didn't give Connie the full thing there. No, they're not, actually.
You know, Connie's got, we know Connie's work quality here, so.
Yeah. So, no, they're not, because, so typically if they were under a long-term contract, they would be. So repairs like this are a little more long-term. It'd be difficult to have them come back in and make a presumably 5 to 10 year repair when they're on just an annual lease right now, extension. And there's nothing in their previous long-term lease that requires them to return the pavement to us in any particular condition. So, of course, at the end of this, the conditions are a little iffy, and we're going to have to, until they have a chance or somebody has a chance to redevelop it, whether it's us or somebody else, we'll probably end up having to do targeted areas on an annual basis for this.
Landlord pays for wear and tear.
Yep. Yes.
Do you have more presentation?
Pardon?
Are you done with your presentation?
No, I just have the runway and then we're good, if that's.
If you wanna-
I'll wait till he's done.
Yeah, I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. As I mentioned, we have a longitudinal subsurface crack going on. Really, a lot of this is exacerbated by frost heave. This year's been a little strange. But we're finding that moisture that is down in the subbase in the soils as this frost heave is going on, it's cracking the center line of the runway. We're noticing some FOD or foreign object debris that's developing from this, and we sweep that runway multiple times a day right now because you don't want an ingestion or something flying and hitting something. We also don't want this to become a directional control issue. So if you start to have a crack that gets offset, now you can have a directional control issue. We're not seeing that. We've had our engineer up here 4 times already, and we'll probably have her up here several more times before the closure. She says it's right now we're good. It's a lot of it's cosmetic, but it goes down far enough that we have to address it. One of the concerns with this one is we repaired this exact same pavement 18 months ago.
Yeah.
The FAA's guidance on this is any repair that's made to an airfield surface needs to last 10 years minimum. So it's not eligible for FAA funding because they would look at it as throwing good money after bad at this point.
This isn't even close. I wanted just quickly to ask about the sweepers. You're using the sweepers more often, and that's an expensive piece of equipment.
It is
right?
expensive, yes.
The replacement of brushes is, I remember that's a huge budget item.
You know, honestly, typically we will go out there because a broom can add additional deterioration, and we don't want to exacerbate it. So we'll actually walk the runway or drive it, and then when we see things, we'll pull them up.
Okay.
Awesome.
So just wondering if it's creating more wear and tear. I don't know who's first.
I've been waiting for a while.
Francie, then Kelly.
Wait.
I have a lot of things to say about this in terms of the overall airport plan.
Sure.
A lot. But I'm going to wait until tomorrow, so just warning you that before we pass this tomorrow, I'll have some more questions and stuff, but I'll wait till after this afternoon's discussion.
Okay.
To talk about that.
Okay.
Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, sounds good.
Kelly.
I'm wondering, can we recoup these through fees back to airlines?
Technically, we
Like
do.
next year, you know, because we sort of zero sum out our costs and expenses. I'm
So
finding
this,
some irony in like the carbon production of the airlines and the weird weather we've had causing this.
sure. No, so we typically run the airfield on a break-even basis.
Yeah.
So we use 2023 costs were used to project landing fees for 2024. So we'll use 2024 to project 2025. So yes, in a sense, we will be.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
My
Patty.
question is really a comment. I really appreciate the new acronym FOD.
Yep.
It's not in my acronym book of the airport, which is about this thick, so I'm going to be adding it to that because that's a new one for me. I'm like, what in the heck is a FOD? And now it's a foreign object debris.
Yep.
So I appreciate your adding that to
Sure.
my vocabulary.
Oh, my pleasure.
I'm just wondering, it sounds like if you're estimating based on the previous year, it's developing as it goes. But if we're looking at more extreme weather like we've seen, where we've had hot days and then frozen days and then hot days again, we're gonna see more of this sort of degradation happening more frequently, is my guess.
Until we can address the subsurface issues. Once we can address the subsurface issues, we shouldn't see this any longer. Unfortunately, we will likely repair that this year and end up
And
repairing
then
it
2 more
again
year
next
and a
year.
half.
Or even next year.
Right,
It's getting worse.
right.
Yep.
And so it just seems that I'm hoping that everyone anticipates in their whatever their projection algorithms are that this is likely to happen more often if we're looking at weather events that were typical of what we're seeing lately.
For us, it'll happen more often, but we can design it around it and engineer around it once we can attack the subbase.
Engineers always say that, right, Andrew? Oh, yeah. How much money you got? Just add money. Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, one.
Yeah, keep going.
So this just describes
Nice
what we're
photos,
doing.
by
It's
the way.
about 2,500 feet long, 5 feet wide. We'll replace the markings because we have to mill them out. And one more, Connie, just real quick. We can't, and this is one of those situations where we can't get out of it. You know, they're always asking for alternatives. We have 2 grant assurance agreements that directly address this. One is any pavement we fixed using AIP money needs to be maintained at our own cost during the useful life of that period. And then we are required to keep the airfield in a safe and usable condition at all times. So,
I'd hope so.
So we can't just say, oh, no, we don't feel like fixing this. You
yeah,
can't say that.
there's no option for that.
Right.
You know,
So
if
there's
there
no-
is a document that has all those, I would read it if you care to share it.
Careful what you wish for. I can absolutely get those for you.
Yes,
Yeah, my
spread those
pleasure.
around. I'd like to have that too.
Sure, I have a summarized version if you prefer that. Okay,
Give them both.
sold.
Give us both.
Yeah.
I think it needs to go to all of us.
Okay, absolutely, can do.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, Betty. Okay, I think that's it for us for the day. Thank you.
Okay,
Nice
thank
to
you.
see you soon.
And so will you come back tomorrow for first reading then?
Go ahead. What time, depending on what time that is?
They're starting at noon and we're fairly close up on the agenda
Sure,
tomorrow.
I can do that.
Yeah, and be prepared for
You'll
Francis.
be here anyway, Dan.
That's true.
Don't you have like a Jetson, one of those little
Transporter.
autonomous taxis
E-Vol.
yet?
I might.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next.
Set till lunch.
Okay, the next request, we don't actually have staff here because this request was presented to the Joint Open Space and Trails Board and BoCC last week. So it's just included in the packet. It'll be in the resolution that you see tomorrow.
We've all seen this.
It's
Yep.
very minimal.
And it was less than I think they originally anticipated, so we're able to start without committing too much.
I started reading the book. Has anybody else started it? It is
No.
shocking.
I think
definitely
it's
worth
compelling stuff, yeah.
Shocking.
Okay, well, thank you for showing that to us.
Okay, and next
Okay.
we have
I usually do
the
last one.
landfill, and Kathy Hall is here.
Hey, Kathy.
Hi.
Always nice to see you.
Oh, thank you. Well, nice to see you all too.
Well, Kathy, I just have to tell you something.
Okay.
I have a word game that I play on here,
Yeah.
and it's being rather frequently interrupted. I think it's your voice. And it's about the amount of waste at the landfill that comes from construction, and we can do something about this.
Oh, great.
And then it goes into habitat.
Oh.
Is that your voice?
That might be.
I think it is. So it greets me several times a day, and I
On your-
think of you
on
every
your
time.
whatever your page is for the game. It's an
can't
ad
get
in
away
the
from
game.
it.
Yes, it comes right up, pops right up in a quite a bit of volume, so if I'm sneaking my game, it's
In a meeting.
broadcasted.
Getting the word of trash out.
But if it's Kathy's voice, nobody will.
I was so surprised the first time I heard it. Like, oh my God, what is this?
It could be a little jarring.
Advertisement, like locally,
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear Carly sensed a lot when I'm listening to music. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting out there.
Okay, thank you. So, what are we doing out here?
So I am here to ask for a 1-year term limited FTE request for a scale house position. Right now, we are in slow season, so we're looking towards the summer months. We currently have a scale house person, scale house administrator. Their official title is on restrictive workman's comp duties, which is limiting their ability for them to work the scale. So we're getting into busy summer, fall months, so we're trying to plan ahead. I ran the numbers yesterday, and we're going to have a big year. Transactions across the scale are up 6%. That's the interaction with the scale house in just the first 2.5 months. C&D, construction demolition debris, is up 11%. Regular MSW trash is up 6.1%. This is just the first 2.5 months. Our revenues right now are up 14.5% compared to last year. It's going to be a big year, so we're going to need some scale house help. So right now, going into the summer months, we have 2 scale house administrators and a scale house supervisor that can work the scale. We're open 6 days a week at 55 hours, so it puts us huge strain. We did this last summer, and I can't do that to the scale house crew again. Just for PTO and sick leave, it just puts a huge strain. So term limited, 12 months. We'll revisit in the fall.
Got it.
I do have a question
Go ahead,
about this.
Francie.
My question, probably, John might want to answer this, is, so the projected salary is 61.5, but then the benefits are 30,000, and I thought we were more at like 20% rather than 30% rather than 50% in our benefits.
So it's not a percentage per se, it's a fixed cost, so the percentage will go up as the salary goes down. but,
Part of it is a percentage, and that's the retirement,
oh, the retirement.
unemployment, what else is in there? There's disability, life insurance. So there are parts that are based on the salary and are a percentage of the salary, but our health insurance isn't.
I see. Yeah, it's pretty hefty benefit for
is, yeah.
that salary.
So
Definitely
one-year
caught my
term
eye.
limited position gets the same benefits as somebody who would be with us forever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Yeah. But retirement can be hugely more for someone at
right.
a higher salary.
Yeah, right.
I would just wanted to ask, as you're seeing this increase, and you anticipated the volume increase, and how does this affect the life of the landfill projection?
So probably right now, estimating we're probably about 5 years, 4.5 to 5 years, as we sit today of landfill life. And as you are aware, we are planning on the next expansion, which is underway in design right now.
So we're on track with that.
Yeah, so by 2027, we're hoping to start construction on the expansion.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that far out.
Are the cities, is the city's policies, new policies on what, C&D and composting and all that affecting what comes across the scale, I assume?
Yeah, we're starting to see more food waste coming in, which their ordinance took effect, Aspen's ordinance took effect in the fall last year, October. And they are moving with positive intention with the C&D diversion ordinance matching ours. They're doing studies now. So I expect in the next year that we're going to see a C&D diversion ordinance out of them.
That's great.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, that's wonderful.
Are there some major projects that are contributing to the increase right now?
Not right now. I think it's the mild winter that construction crews have been able to just plow through and continue to do the outside work.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so that's what I'm guessing.
Warmer weather allows them to keep going.
Yeah,
They've been year-round for years anyway, but this makes it even easier.
it's even easier. And the MSWs, yeah, the bears.
And will they be back?
We saw
Soon.
one yesterday.
Oh, you did?
So
Oh, they're
they're
warming up.
waking
It's
up.
warming up.
Yeah. But going back to MSWs also, I thought tourism was down a little bit, but we're up 6.1% on just regular trash.
Oh,
So economy's good, people are buying more, they're throwing away more.
Well, yeah, we're not that. I mean, the vacancy rates are pretty close to year over year.
Yeah, so.
how does the bulk of the trash, you may not have this in numbers, but just sort of a feel maybe, the bulk in trash compared to the bulk in recycling and compost?
Oh, kind of going off the top of my head. So our diversion rate, and that's, we recycle out of MSW, is at 43% it was. So
By weight, by loads,
it's by weight. So that's all your recycling, that's mattresses, that's everything we divert. If we throw in construction and demolition debris, our diversion rate's around 75 to 80%.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's huge. I mean, construction demo recycling weighs a lot. It's concrete, so yeah.
Still, that's really
It's
awesome.
we're number one in the state, so
It's awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, I know in my house, we have actually more, we compost all our own stuff, but we have more recycling than trash now.
I do too.
Pretty cool. Isn't that great?
It is good. So yeah.
I think this looks good to me, and I want to keep it moving because we do have one more supplemental request before lunchtime.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for
Thanks,
coming
Kathy.
down. Okay, Connie.
Okay, one last request, and I believe Rich is stepping in for Kara on
Yep.
this one.
Unless she pops on here, but I'm anticipating I've got this one, so.
Take it away.
This should be familiar to you. This is to pick up the cost of our third-party assistance for our electrification project. We had went over it in December with you, said that we were going to be coming back to finance that. You've met him. I think you're
Yeah, the guy.
thoroughly
who was-
vetted him. So
was
this is
vetted.
just to pick up the cost for that service.
Great. It's a 24,730.
No, it's
49,460.
comes from
Double
two
that.
different.
Right. Two
Yeah,
different ones.
yeah,
but
it's
double
49,000.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
24,730
presentation
each.
was amazing.
we found a good one for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seems
I
like it.
took pictures of that and sent them to my sons.
Any other questions or comments? I think that was easy.
That was easy.
Thanks
Yeah.
for coming, Tara.
Yeah, it's
definitely
another one of
worth
those,
Oh.
we're already this far through, what do we do, say no now? Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Okay.
We've had more and more experts telling us that what we're trying to do is really expensive and really hard.
It's true.
Bleeding edge.
Thank you,
I
board.
think it's called.
Right, thank you.
Connie,
We
thank
have
you.
first reading tomorrow, and then second reading, I believe, is the 27th.
Thanks, Connie.
Great.
Connie.
We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll be prepared to fly through this.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, we're going to have a lunch break, grassroots, and be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is 1 p.m. and this is upcoming regular meeting items at the Tuesday, March 12th work session. And up first is we have advisory board renewal interviews or interviews for advisory board. Charlotte Anderson is with us. And this is one of my favorite things because I think that the volunteers and the people who are involved in our community are really what make us unique. So, welcome.
Thank you, Greg.
And welcome, Valerie. I see you there.
Yes. Come on up, Valerie.
Come on up.
Let's make sure. Thank you. Okay, so this is a renewal interview. You all decided that the Airport Advisory Board would go through the same renewal practice that Open Space and Trails, Healthy Rivers and Streams, and Planning and Zoning goes through. So Valerie has submitted her application to renew her term, and we have an alternate position on this board that is vacant, so we're still receiving applications on that.
When does that close?
This Friday, March 15th, at 5 o'clock.
All right. Valerie, I don't know. I've read your application. I assume everyone has gone through it. I'm really grateful that you're here because you've been with us through this entire process, and you have a unique viewpoint, which we appreciate. Is there anything you'd like to start with, and maybe we can open for questions?
I think it's been an interesting couple of years getting our footing as a board. We have two people who are doing a great job in the leadership positions, and I think for the most part it's been very gratifying to be able to continue. I mean, I do feel like I've been involved in this for 50 years, but as far as, you know, the visioning committee and all of that, I just feel like it was a natural fit for me to keep going. Felt like I had a pretty strong background knowledge base of information, so that's why I applied the first time, and I kind of feel the same way this time.
More so this time.
Even more so. I took a leadership role on our noise subcommittee, and have done a deep dive with Bruce Gordon, who's just been wonderful to work with, and you know, I think we're real ready to have our first meeting with our provider. I think it's the first week in April, the 3rd or the 4th or something like that, so that we can start working on scoping for that, which I think is very critical. I think it's important for us to get something on the books and rolling.
Great. I can't wait to hear more about that. Yeah. I can open it to questions now if you're unless you want to.
No,
okay,
it's great.
Patty.
Thank you. Thank you for your 50 years of service. And going
Must
back
be
to,
a record.
Going back to when my son was in 2nd grade.
Yes.
She had Trevor, which was a challenge. As the airport, I'm not sure, I think they're neck and neck there, but.
No, they're not even close. Airports are way bigger challenge.
But in reading your application, your reapplication, it's obviously, of course, so well written, but you just hit so many points, you know, and I don't really have any question on keeping you on that board. I think your difference of opinion I value because you present it well and it gives us food for thought, which we need, as the rest of the advisory board needs. And Rich got huge accolades, and yeah, he and Dan, I mean, they're doing a great job out there. So I look forward to having you sit with us again this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
I'll be here.
Great. Who's next? Anybody?
I don't have any questions. I share Patty's opinion. I'm so grateful you continue to want to dedicate this time, and your experience, I think, helps navigate the board into better decisions for our consideration too.
Francie, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I concur, and here we are. We haven't even gotten together for lunch, and we're already here.
Right, but it's good that we're meeting this afternoon, so I feel really good about taking that time together. And I actually have an idea that I want to present when we're all together. I didn't want to do it in this context because I want to say it in front of the advisory board as well. But yeah, I think there's still a ton of more work to do, and I know there's pressure on us to move forward, so.
Well, I think your voice has been really important, and I know it hasn't been easy to be the one voice sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always.
She's done a good job of it.
But I think people appreciate that, and it's important. So, and I want to thank you for your service too.
Thank you.
It's been a long number of years since you've been working on the airport, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
I want to bring it back just to go through your comments, which I think are really valuable. One, your institutional knowledge you've gained, the education is clear in all the time you've spent on this, and that's very valuable to all of us. I really do appreciate you complimenting Rich as the staff representative, because I think Rich is often under a lot of pressure, yet he shows up with a smile and gets it done.
Always.
And that you recognize that is really something I appreciate. Regarding some of the suggestions you have, what are the challenges with the board? The board needs a chance to, I don't know, maybe it's working agreements or revisiting decorum. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I want to make sure
I just wanted to make the point that I think our agendas are so full when we have our regular meetings that it doesn't hurt to have a sidebar meeting or, a retreat or whatever word you want to call it, where you do revisit your agreements on decorum and and fulfilling your responsibilities.
Some people, at times, depending on the issue, suck the wind out of the room. So,
Yeah, and we all have. I mean, there are very knowledgeable people on the board, and everyone has an important viewpoint and important things to say, and I just feel like it's fair to expect that people take their turn and not feel necessarily to have to respond to every single word that's said in a meeting, but rather keep your thoughts to the appropriate time, whether it's the ending board comments or beginning board comments, or when you're on a particular topic.
So that's what the dynamic within the board. How does it feel for the board and the community? Like, are you feeling as if
we
you're
have a group of people who come regularly from the community, which is wonderful. I know many of us, I know for myself, I'm speaking for myself here, but I know others feel the same way. We are in conversation with the community all the time. I can't go anywhere without somebody talking to me about the airport. I'm sorry, I just can't, even down in Carbondale.
It's an all-the-time job.
It's an all-the-time job. And so, I continue to feel like that's our board's main function, is to relay to you all what we're experiencing in the community. And
so your communication with us is, hopefully, you feel comfortable reaching out.
Well, I do. I reach out whenever I think I need to. And I'm appreciative that the last letter that I sent y'all, I don't know if it had good timing or if it was a instigator for the meeting this afternoon, but I'm super glad we're doing it.
We'll give you credit for it.
Okay, thank you. It was probably just good timing.
Great. Well, thank you for coming. What do you need from us, Charlotte?
Well, I'll be coming back to you on April 2nd with a list of renewals and new applicants for a discussion, and then hopefully the following Wednesday we'll have a resolution.
Great.
And so
Thank you.
Keep in touch.
Valerie,
We'll see you in a
thank
little
you
bit.
so
I'll see
much.
you at 3.
Yeah.
Right back here. Thanks.
Thanks,
Valerie.
Thank you, Charlotte. Oh, you've got more. We've got more. Keep going. Christy is here.
Oh.
Come on down. You're perfect timing.
I tried to be.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys. Did
Yeah.
you miss me?
Welcome back.
Always miss you.
After community growth, sure.
So Christy is here. She has submitted an application for the vacancy on the Election Commission. And we have one vacancy.
There's
so-
still one vacancy after?
Yes.
There's one vacancy left, and she's applying for it, or
is.
there will be one after?
No,
This is it. This is
This
our
is it.
last vacancy.
we will have a full
Okay.
board
And she's
if
applying
you
for it.
desire to appoint her.
Got it. Okay, Christy. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why, and then we might ask you some questions.
Excellent. And I have questions for you too.
Oh.
Let me see. My name is Christy Blish. I've lived here for 22 years. I used to work in corporate America, running all over the world. Happily retired about 7 years ago, so happily. And my husband and I enjoy everything about this beautiful valley. I like to be involved. I served on the library board in Basalt and ran their strategic planning. I was on the Picken County Board of Noxious Weeds, and then recently the CGAC, doing the recommendations for land use code. The reason I would like to be on the Election Commission is because I believe that free, accessible, and full of integrity election process is the cornerstone to our democracy. I believe it so fervently. And if there's anything that I can do to help out and guide that with any level of decisions that are unbiased and fully open, I would like to do that.
Could we send you to Georgia temporarily, just on loan?
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do this in Georgia or Arizona. I figured Picken County might be a safe place to do it.
Appreciate it.
I think you're right. Okay, Patty, let you go
Yeah,
first.
I just thank you for all you've done, and I've known you for a long time. But I just want you to be aware that the committees you've been on, maybe some not, but the Growth Management Committee was huge. The efforts and the success of that committee are beyond words. So thank you for that. I just want you to know that the Election Committee isn't quite as exciting all the time as either Noxious Weeds.
Thank God.
Or Growth Management. But when the time comes, and I think the Election Committee is going to be kicking in here a little more, just because of the issues going on a state and on a national level. And I think your participation would be invaluable.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
you.
And I do look for a little less stress.
Okay.
I learned to wear cotton
So
to all of the
if you get bored,
growth
we can
committees,
always
yeah.
find something else for you to do.
I was thinking that noxious weeds is kind of exciting on a daily basis when you come across them and get to dig them out of the ground.
Yeah, I don't believe in herbicide. I believe in
right.
pickaxes. Yeah.
Okay. Francie?
Hi, Christy. Thank you so much for your service with the Growth Committee. That was really, really important. And you guys did an incredible job putting that together. You know, I heard from my son frequently about how incredible the leadership was and how hard it was to come to consensus on a lot of things, and that it was challenging. So I really appreciate that.
And the staff did the most incredible job.
Yeah,
Are you
that's what he
kidding
told
me?
me, yeah.
It would have gone nowhere without them.
Yeah, well, that's great. And, you know, this is really quite different, the election. It's very different. So, but I appreciate that you're stepping up to do it, because we're not flooded with applications for that like we were with the Growth Committee or the Airport Committee. So, thank you for stepping up to do that. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I loved reading your resume.
Oh,
I
which was your
probably
favorite
read it
part?
when you applied for the Growth Committee, but I didn't remember that was you and all of that experience. It was really interesting.
Okay, Kelly.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. I appreciate it. Nice to see you. I have a few questions, and I'm sorry if I missed this in your application, but what is your political affiliation for voting purposes?
I always have a pretty strong opinion each election, but I'm registered independent.
Okay, great. Because I'm looking for a balance on this board. And then I'm wondering, are you friends with Ingrid? You may need to sit and appeal on Ingrid's decision, and so it would be helpful to understand that.
I've never met Ingrid.
Okay, great.
You will today. She's sitting right behind you.
I just noticed, I think based on your address, that maybe you guys were neighbors, so that's.
Where do you live?
That's perhaps.
Oh, cool. That's where I get my car so muddy all the time. Yes. Okay.
So that's helpful. Thank you. And then just if you want to talk a little bit about, how you would like think through appeals that would come to you, because you would have to sort of sit as almost a judge on complaints of the office as part of this board.
And actually, that was one of my questions. What kind of appeals come through? Is it just accusations that there's been tampering with ballots? I mean, what are...
Kelly should probably be the best to answer that.
Well, maybe. I mean, there haven't been many. This board doesn't convene often and I was the election manager 6 years ago. So it's been a long time since I served in that capacity. And in that capacity, there were, I think, none at the time. But it's things like people would register a complaint about how their voter registration may have been handled, or the process of casting a ballot, or interaction and service provided by election staff or election judges would be types of complaints that could come through to the board for resolution.
I just think it's really important first to understand what the rules are, and I've spent a lot of time on the colorado.gov website. There's plenty of rules, and what's so interesting is they're different by every county. It's the differentiation in the election process, even within Colorado's very different. So I think the most important thing is to know the rules and how it should be conducted, whoever it is, and then use a very sane, rational, and logical approach to understanding if something really went wrong or not, based on what the policies and approach should be.
Okay, thank you.
And no emotions involved. Everything needs to be calm, sane, and rational.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm going to assume we'll never see you. The Election Commission never comes and reports to us for anything, so we might see you at an election, but honestly, or for a renewal in how many years is this term?
2.
Just 2, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I answered for you.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Then someone needs to update the, what's that incredible document, Home
Rule Charter.
Home Rule, yeah, it says 2 in there. Oh dear, well, maybe I was wrong.
It's 4.
Plead humility. 4?
Are you up for 4?
Yeah, right. So isn't this an 8-year term? Right. This is a 6.
Consecutive 2 years.
Oh, that's cute. You should go into politics.
Well, so unlike the Growth Advisory Committee, which we'll probably hopefully see people tomorrow. Are you coming in tomorrow?
Wait, what's tomorrow?
Oh, see, she doesn't even know it's up.
Wait, I wasn't.
Was it tomorrow?
The energy code?
Energy Code.
Yeah.
Oh, the ACES gig. The ACES at Wheeler?
No, this is the Energy Code discussion we're having tomorrow afternoon.
I'm really good on my emails, people.
Oh, okay.
This is just a discussion for us to
It's the
bring
building
ideas
code.
that came out of the
Oh,
growth
shoot.
management.
Yes, I don't want to miss that.
The very first step.
Fourth or
Did
fifth
it
reading.
come from Kara?
Continued.
It's the BTU cap on outside electricity usage.
Oh, I was pretty passionate about that. And I'm not being funny.
Oh, come see us tomorrow.
Okay, I will call Kara. Damn.
Okay, I think I don't have any more questions. I'm really grateful that you expressed an interest and somehow we heard about it and got you in here just in the nick of time to apply. And so I think this is working out great, and I'm looking forward to the process, and hopefully we'll see you on our board.
I'll bring all the.
But wait a minute, I have 1 or 2 questions. I know
Oh.
you guys are in a hurry.
We're not in a hurry.
So in reading the description of the election commissioners, it said that we handle appeals. Do we get to throw the 10-sided dice for the risk-limiting audits? Am I being a little silly there, but is it really just appeals? Do we get involved in anything else?
I mean, we can invite Ingrid up. I think Ingrid has offered more educational opportunities for the board, for the commission to participate on. That
Thanks,
would be for her
Ingrid.
to answer.
Yeah, no problem.
And by the way, I was being funny about the dice, but I thought that was fascinating
Well,
about
the
10-sided.
state does that, I know.
Oh,
And
oh,
I
okay.
I haven't seen the 10-sided dice, but I've been hearing about them for years. And we're about to do that for the last election, go through that. It's set up to have a meeting a year, first week of February. However, we didn't have a quorum. Last year, we didn't have a quorum. We did in August. We had a meeting, and I put out as much information as I possibly could, because I figure that this commission, if something happens, they need to have the background and what the laws are, what's been going on, what we're looking forward to, and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I can go further into depth, but if that answers your question.
Well, it does. I was wondering, since this election is going to be really exciting and possibly highly charged, probably not here in this county, but are we taking any special measures or procedures because we anticipate a more highly excited process? Or
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on about security, and that happens, and we have weekly meetings with the Secretary of State's office, so we all know what's going on, and there are any legislation that is up this year, we have bi-weekly meetings, and we take votes about how the clerks feel about what might come at us next year,
Yeah.
and things like that. Yeah,
that's so important. And are you looking forward to this election year?
yeah. One down, 2 to go.
Okay, well,
The
that's
security one, when we prepare for an election, the sheriff's office is involved. We discuss what it'll take to create a safe, secure election environment, and so far I think it's worked very, very well.
The sheriff's office and the APD have been great.
Right, APD as well.
So, yeah,
So I think if you're concerned about, is there some sort of risk involved, I think that you're in a pretty good place for this.
Oh, not to me. Oh, gosh. I live way high in the mountain. I wasn't thinking about me. I was just wondering with drop boxes and, all that stuff, if they were procedural. That had nothing to do with my concern.
Yeah, video surveillance and so forth.
Yeah, exactly.
There
Just
was,
technology.
last Tuesday, just for everybody's interest, there was something came out from some of the counties, Adams County, someone else. They had people that were evidently flying in from California or someplace to come by the drop boxes and electioneer. I didn't figure they were paying flights into Aspen, but I notified the APD and the sheriff's office just in case, but nothing
and
happened.
what were they doing when they got here?
They were just,
Campaigning.
talking stuff, campaigning, and
campaigning.
At the drop
telling
boxes.
people how, bad the whole system was or whatever. I don't know for sure, but, they were causing a ruckus.
Oh,
So I
interesting.
just put people on notice, but
Great.
nothing happened.
Thank you.
Wow.
Patty?
Yeah, and I'm going to take this opportunity to also let you know, but to let the public know that we're always looking for election judges. And especially with this coming up, especially in November, we're going to need people to be coming in, and you do get paid a small amount. It's not totally volunteer. I've been in, Kelly and I did one really late night election. I think it was ballots were still at 3 a.m. or some ungodly hour. But yeah, it's a great process. It's a great way to learn what really happens during an election, regardless of what duty you do. It's really something I really encourage people to call the county clerk's office. And what's the website for people if they want to sign up?
Pick and votes. We just got our caucus list from the major parties, so unaffiliated, of course, we fill in later, but I think we're not supposed to have a commission member as an election judge.
No,
Yes,
you can't
that's
be an
correct.
election judge, but you can encourage people
Yes.
to be election judges, and it's just a great opportunity. And you do an education process, so you know what you're doing.
Actually, when I read about the 3 types of jobs of the election judges and the $20 an hour and all that good stuff, I'm going, shoot, maybe I'm applying for the wrong thing, and I'm not being funny because I think the election judges' jobs are so important, and especially the first 2 types, the ones that greet you at the polling place and then the ones that are running the. I will spread the idea to my friends.
I like doing the signature verification. It's very entertaining to see how people sign their names.
I'm kind of bummed I can't be both, but anyway.
At our last meeting, we did a tour of downstairs and explained the whole mail ballot process to the election
good.
commission
Oh,
and stuff like that.
excellent.
So we do things like that too. So we
Yeah.
try to.
So the question is, and see, will you do it again before, you do that in August again? Is that
Sure.
what you're thinking?
Well,
So
no,
Christie will have a chance.
I'm thinking normally in the home rule charter, I think it says our meetings are supposed to be the first week of February.
Uh-huh.
But have not had quorums. So hopefully I'm planning on later in April, maybe if we have a full
So
board
she won't
to
have missed anything
to
before
have
the
a-
action starts.
have a meeting, yeah.
Great.
But she could actually tour when you get set up for the November election or whatever.
Or the June, we could,
Mm-hmm.
you know, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, we could show her, you know, when
Where-
it's in action.
Yeah,
When Patty's down there,
When I'm
and
down
he's
there at
checking
3 in the morning.
signatures.
It's just so important. I mean, if I do this, if you guys select me, it's such an honor. It's just so important. Free and
It's cool to
accessible
be part of the
elections.
process.
We should have Christy do a testimonial for our citizen advisory. You know, this is good stuff. She's giving.
It's a real breadth of
And thank you for your, all the things you've contributed to so far in your time here. So this is great.
Well, it was such an honor to be on the growth committee.
That was
I mean, you
huge.
guys keep thanking us, but that was a really big.
Well, don't go
important
away.
deal.
We're still, we're still counting on them.
And we know where to find
Yeah,
you.
we know where to find you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Charlotte. That's it.
And
for-
so when will I find out, or, I
Um,
mean,
Taking a list of applicants so far on April 2nd to the board for discussion, and then a resolution after that.
by the way, Charlotte, it's nice to meet you too. And Ingrid, yes. I
Thanks
got
for
your
coming
message
in.
on your phone machine, but then I told Jeff in your office for you not to listen to it because I got the answer.
Bye,
Take
thank
care.
you.
Thank you.
Say hi to
Thank
Tom.
you for your service.
Great. Take care. Okay, where are we here? I think we're in
Future
future
agendas,
agendas.
yep.
And I'm on the 19th of Tuesday. Neither Francie or I will be here. We'll be en route to DC that day. Steve will be chairing. And it looks like a legislative update. And then more citizens interviews. Anything to add, John?
For future agendas, I think the only question I have, and this could be either under open discussion or future agendas, is we had set aside time for a joint meeting with City of Aspen in May. I think that's kind of pending topics that both bodies would want to discuss, and so I just wanted to put out there for initial thought. If there are any topics that are ripe for discussion with City of Aspen, or if we want to push off into July, which is our next scheduled meeting.
I would love to talk about propane use in the community. That would be, I know they're concerned about it, and I'm just wondering if we could add that to the list. That might be something that I would want to add.
You
And
can
then
always
other-
talk about that in July, since they don't use a lot of propane
Right, they don't
in
use
the
it, well,
summer.
believe it or not, some of them will be using it in July. And then, just the topics along those lines. I would love to propose that they start trying to electrify the hotel shuttles in the community over a number of years. Because it occurs to me that hotel shuttles are the perfect electric shuttle vehicle. And the Aspen Institute is already using them with success, and it won't be long before everybody is. So why not get a leg up and start on that too? Idling hotel shuttles probably contribute a lot to our greenhouse gases.
So my only concern is I'm not sure you all as a board have taken a position on either of
I'm
those
just
things.
proposing my
Yeah,
ideas.
and
That's why
so
I
it
asked-
might be good.
We can bounce it back and forth, but that's what comes to the top of my mind. But any other things we've talked about as a board, remind me.
I still would love to figure out where they're at on the Castle Creek Bridge project and what our role is in that.
Sure, an update on that.
Do you really think that's going to happen in our lifetime?
Well, not
I think the
unless we
bridge will
talk
fall
about
apart
it.
in our lifetime, yes.
It'll
I
fall
do.
down in our lifetime.
In my lifetime, yeah. Probably your lifetime. It's probably going to go the way of the airport runway.
Well, let's see. I
Sooner
moved
rather
here
than later.
30 years ago, and the hot topic was the S-curves and what to do about the
Right,
S-curves.
they seem to still be there, yeah. Well, that's a good one, thank you. Anything else? Discussion on,
I'd like to know, now we decided to take off construction waste management because the city's already looking at the Green Halo program. So that wasn't right for this last meeting. I don't know if we need to discuss it. I know some of the council members at city council were interested in finding out, but I think we've already opened that door.
Yeah, we certainly have at the staff level. It was not our request to take it off. We're happy.
I don't think we need to. I don't know if there's anything ripe for May.
What do you think?
At this point, at the staff level, we haven't had issues necessarily come up that are ripe for, board-to-board discussion. I do think it'd be interesting to see if they are ready to talk about what comes next on the Castle Creek Bridge, because we don't have a good sense of that, and that has been a long time conversation with all the boards, actually, through the EOTC and such.
Yeah.
And so we can tap and see if that's ripe. And then, Greg, I wonder if we want to just schedule a little bit of a board discussion on the other items, just to see if you have a collective position.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, and other things may come to the surface. I was just thinking back to our last joint meeting discussion. I was looking at my notes with talking with Tori and with you. The issue about homeless people in town and some of the contacts they were making and trying to figure out how have we done with that? And
How's
also
who
we
done
were,
with that?
well, they think they have a homeless population that's spending a lot of time in focused areas in town and just causing some disruption, and
Oh,
they're
yeah, they
concerned
told
about
us
it.
about that in no uncertain terms.
Right, and then we proposed.
Inappropriate.
We proposed that they recommit, was it a $25,000 regarding, which was that for? That was for, was it for housing or outreach? You'll have to remind me, John.
It was to support the emergency shelter. I think they were pretty clear that they were not going to do that they had repurposed those dollars to, I think they termed it hostile architecture type of projects.
It's funny, for some reason I thought it sounded as if their board Sarah hadn't really taken it to them yet, was the impression I had, or it was something from November and they hadn't really talked about it at that last meeting.
Yeah, that may be correct, but I thought they were all pretty clear on their position.
I didn't feel like John and Ward said anything, did they?
Well, maybe that's another thing I can talk to Tori in advance and just say, hey, do you want to circle back? It was their suggestion originally.
I'd be happy to circle back, really. I just would love to continue to encourage the city to be collaborative with this true expertise on homelessness solutions that we've been able to cultivate through our coalition and through expanded contracts with recovery resources. I didn't leave that conversation feeling comfortable that they understand that, like, just how connected, decision, like, you press on one area and it just surfaces somewhere else. So that, I guess, would be my personal goal for that conversation, just to say, please consider your decisions on the advice and guidance and input from the experts the expertise we've been able to cultivate.
I would be hesitant to bring it up again because it was, I thought, very discouraging and shocking. And I thought it left a sour taste in my mouth, and I had thought the meeting was fine up until then and well put together, and then that happened, and I wouldn't love to be in that same place again with them. So I don't know if they're going to budge. I don't think they are.
Maybe it's something we can approach through just like a letter to the board.
Yeah, rather than
or something.
We can do a little informal polling beforehand too, because my notes say that the city, and I'm going to assume city council, is interested in helping with the homeless response in some way, shelter and detox, and maybe there's something else to. That's what I had here. So somebody told me that.
What does it say about their interest in helping?
Well, they are interested in helping with the homeless response. I'm not sure they had all the information at that time regarding our proposal and our ask, and So maybe I'll just do that informally and we can add it to the agenda.
I
another
thought
time.
they had withdrawn their support of our, they had withdrawn their support, Greg.
I'm gonna check with Tori.
I have a different item.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think a check-in on X Games might be warranted, given that X Games is renegotiating their contract and figuring out what the future looks like in the community. I would think their input would be useful for us and any future decision-making on that.
So, perspective on X Games.
Yeah.
And then also it'd be nice to get an idea what the ski company's perspective is on that.
Do they have an ongoing contract with this?
No, contract's
new-
over.
The ESPN contract was over, so now is there any future?
The new company, there's no long-term contract. My understanding is they've gone out to an RFP process to see if other communities might be willing and eager hosts for the event, and I do not know the timeline on that.
Is our community no longer a willing host?
Well, I don't think our community has said that at all. I'm not in a position to, say what SKICO's, position, how they're going to respond to that or not.
So we don't know.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. We never heard the numbers. Usually, one of the first things you hear after X Games is the numbers. Unless I miss it, I haven't heard numbers because from talking to people, the numbers were way down for a variety of reasons, I think. But
Yeah, I mean, I would like our board to be engaged much earlier in the conversations than we ever usually are, with the permitting. And I think just in particular related to that fact that this contract is being reconsidered, that it would make sense for us to flag it for our involvement, not in December, but hopefully earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And Kelly, to that end, I have.
And I know I've said that to you, but I haven't said that to the board.
And
So, I just
so
wanna...
that the board is aware, just in my discussions with SKICO, following representatives from SKICO, I suggested that there may be some greater community concern about the event going forward, and that the permitting conversation may need to be a little bit more robust, and that they should think through submitting that early so that we can have those community conversations early and not be up against a deadline.
well, yeah, the problem being this year, though, they're not going to submit for a permit till they have a contract, and that we don't know when
That's
that
gonna be the
process is
challenge,
going to wrap
yeah.
up. It could wrap up in November, and they get a contract. I mean, it's all out. That part of it's totally out of our hands right now. We have always asked for them to come in earlier. They've done a good job with bringing it forward to staff, our staff, to try and bring it in the whole permitting process earlier. The problem being, and then with staff would time bringing it to us based on what kind of changes were coming through. If there was something really significant, we would tend to see it a little earlier, but it's still kind of close to the event for us to cut the cord.
Right. And I think SKICO, had also suggested coming in earlier, quite frankly, because they want to know
Some
where
surety.
we're going to stand based on concerns that have been raised since this last event. I think
What kind of concerns did you hear?
I heard a lot of concerns about the nature of how the event was set up between paid and unpaid
Yeah, I did too.
participants, which seemed to take away potentially some of the community benefit that we've seen before. I think some concerns, about us supporting or subsidizing really private, it seems like for-profit type of activity, for us as a community that's balanced against the exposure that we get on a national and international basis, and what value that brings, and if that's something that this body and other public bodies want to continue supporting and subsidizing. And so I think those were all questions.
Yeah, those are good. If that could be part of it, I think that would be great. It's possible we should all be more discriminating about the kind of publicity we get and look for globally. I remember I was actually in Thailand, or I think I was in Thailand when I saw the X Games on the airport
there too,
television.
actually.
I watched it in Costa Rica
Yeah,
a couple
and
years ago.
honestly, I don't think it's really drawing any tourist to Aspen in those locations. So, just how valuable is it?
It might, you know.
I
But
watched
I
it from
tried-
my own home.
I tried to watch it.
A couple blocks
Honestly,
away.
And you didn't buy
it
a
is
seat,
the
Aspen.
hardest thing to watch. The announcers
Yeah.
make my hair stand on
Well,
end.
that's just a generational thing.
It's so hard for me to watch. And you see so much more of the announcers than you do of the events, it seems like. It's hard to watch.
Yeah, that's it. It becomes about this personalities. One of the other things that I wanted to add, and I'm certainly happy to discuss the board with it, but in the news lately, Washington Post and other major publications, and even in Colorado, are wondering if the utilities in the United States are really up for the electrification that's required. And it even comes up in our own energy codes.
So we're switching, I'm like,
Well,
to the screens at the X Games?
no, we're not at the X Games. We're talking about electricity utilities, and are we going to have the power? Is the city of Aspen's utility up for the electrification we're talking about as we electrify our big buildings, and as people are encouraged to electrify, add induction stoves and heat pumps and all this, to where if they're replacing gas, are the utilities prepared for it? And I think I'd like to have Holy Cross and the City of Aspen Utility present to us on that, because I hear skepticism in the community, and that's part of the gist of these articles we're reading, is that they don't think the national utilities are really up to the task yet. There's a huge load. On top of that, what we're seeing is Bitcoin mining and artificial intelligence take up a huge amount of processing space and power and energy. And we might be able to solve renewable energies to get us to where we are now, but when we add Bitcoin mining and artificial intelligence to it, all bets are off that we're going to be underpowered and incapable of powering the rest of the country. It's actually that huge. And so with the city conversation, it would be about, is the City of Aspen Utility ready for this? Because we're one of their biggest clients, I think. So that would be a topic for conversation, or maybe just a future presentation if it's not part of that joint meeting. And I've also asked at some point if Holy Cross would come and talk to us about that as well. It's on a separate note, but I know there's a Senate bill that would kind of hobble all of our electrification efforts.
Oh.
And I don't know if you've seen the emails about it, but that's probably something we can discuss before it becomes part of a city conversation.
Is it supported by the caucus?
No. So I'll bring that back to you on an open discussion. That's all I have for the city right now, but I'm sure more will come up.
And that's all I had on future agendas.
I have a question. On April 2nd, we're having our CDOT presentation like we always do. It's CDOT. CDOT comes to us every year.
Okay, CDOT.
Yeah, that's that state group that comes
Oh, yeah,
by.
those guys.
They drive the roads and hit the potholes or avoid them.
Fill them.
We've never done this in the past. This is just a thought. Their meeting, I think, is from 11 to 12. It might be nice if we maybe had sandwiches and had a little more time. They're usually on a really tight time frame because they go from here to somewhere else. But it's just a thought. It might be nice they drive all the way up here and they spend an hour and then they get back on the road. So maybe to see if they have time after lunch and invite them just to sit with us.
That's nice, Patty.
If they haven't had lunch,
Well, they
maybe
probably.
lunch is on their agenda, who knows?
Yeah, well, I don't know what their
It's a
time
nice
frame.
Maybe going to the
suggestion, I like
Hickory
it.
House.
Well, I'm just thinking we could just bring sandwiches in here and we could just sit here and so we have more of a personal
Or fried
touch.
chicken. Or Chinese.
They could be going to Woody Creek Tavern without us. How do we know? We could
Y'all
ask
can
them.
plan the menu.
Let's ask if they have lunch
This
break.
was supposed to be peanut butter and jelly. I don't care, but I just thought I'd
So
throw
the
this
idea,
out here.
The idea is so just the idea is to have lunch or some.
See if they have time.
They'd like to have a
if-
working lunch with us. How's that? That's kind
Yeah,
of what you're
but if they, because sometimes they're on a tight time frame and they have to dash out of here. But if they're not, and they're going to go somewhere else to eat lunch on their way out of town, maybe they could just join us here. How's that?
Depends on what we're
I'm
serving.
not setting the menu today.
It depends on what we're offering. And then tell them they need to bring Shoshana Lou with them.
Well, we'll do Pozole, Greg.
Yeah, that'd work.
Isn't that full of beans?
Corn.
Oh, it's cool.
Maize.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I've got for you on that topic, John. Can we move on to Michael Port and our open discussion items, and first things
Yeah,
up
we're
is
running
Michael.
a little early, so let me
Well,
just
actually, we're
text up
54
there.
seconds behind, according to that clock.
Yeah.
That's actually the right time.
Oh,
Yeah.
is Michael on?
Michael, is he in the room? I didn't see him upstairs just now, but
I know he's here.
we sent him a note.
Yeah.
And, well, we can always go to the next, any other open discussion.
Here, yeah, let's see if the board has any.
Topics, open discussion. Anybody want to?
I'll just jump in. This is actually an agenda, and I've already talked to Charlotte about it. I'm gonna be gone around the 19th, 20th of April for a week to 10 days. And I don't know if I'll
I'm
be.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
What's that?
Could you
April
say that
19th.
again? I didn't hear that.
I'm gonna be going out of town somewhere around the 19th, 20th of April for a week to 10 days. And I'll give Charlotte dates just to let you guys know in case anybody's planning to.
I'm sorry, I don't have any open discussion for you.
Well, that's
So we'll wait for Michael. I can make something up.
Well, I think Greg's idea about maybe doing a joint thing at some point, Greg, about electrification and the ability to power up our electrification plans. And it might be worth having the city electric and Holy Cross at the same meeting, so, because part of the city is city electric, part of the city is Holy Cross.
I know we intend as part of our growth management discussions to have that because there's two variables there, right? There's a consumption variable as well as an electric production and grid variable. And so, it's hard to answer one without the other. Consumption, to a large degree, is some of the policy decisions that you all are getting ready to make that would affect potential electric usage and amperage that would need to go to residents. And so it's going to be easier, I think, for the utilities. I think it's a really difficult position to put the utilities in to say anything but yes, we're going to be able to handle the but I mean, there's a little bit, you have to be careful, I think, in how you set up that conversation to a certain degree. But I think if we set it up within the context of,
Both sides.
what our consumptive uses intend to be through policy decisions, that it's easier to talk about what the utility needs to do, and we can assess feasibility to meet those needs. And so, Greg, that is one of the timing things. I think we
Right.
were hoping to bring those discussions a little bit closer together. We're probably a little bit behind Brian.
So, yeah,
on that,
I suggested I'll wait for you to set it up when it's appropriate. But I know Brian said he'd love to come in.
Yeah.
And maybe we can even invite City of Aspen Utility as well.
Yeah.
Because I'd hate for
an
us
update.
to say, this is what our consumption's gonna be, this is what our need, you're gonna have to, and have them go out to coal burning to fulfill that.
Right.
Don't
and-
wanna set that up as an unintended consequence.
Yeah, and there's a lot of transitions. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on that, but Brian has also been at the table throughout all of our discussions, and he's been, a good
Such a
partner, and
smart
he's
man.
really forward-thinking, yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling confident when he tells me they'll be okay. It'd be nice to understand how. He has something like a 1% demand increase, which sounded so small, but maybe that's actually a lot.
He seems pretty darn confident that they've got it covered every time I've heard him speak.
Could we tell them how much we're gonna need, and then it might change his mind?
Regarding
If
open
they've done
discussion.
some calculations.
So we have Michael here.
Michael's here. Let me just
Oh,
finish.
I'm
because
sorry.
We'll be
Yeah.
done with open discussion, then we'll get right to you.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding our RAFTA conversation.
Yes.
Is that offline with me, and I've already sent something off to them, and they're kind of have a, do we
Yeah,
wanna-
so this is, we had approached RAFTA at the staff level about participating in our property tax rebate program. By the way, the hospital has responded that they are going to participate. I think they're landing on final numbers for us. I don't have those for you yet, but it will be a substantial participation in the program.
That's great, we thank them.
And we approached RAFTA. I think RAFTA has some different dynamics because they're covering a multi-county region, and we're not administering this program throughout RAFTA's boundary. I think, Greg, I think you had suggested maybe there's some creative ways to go about this. RAFTA does not have it on their formal agenda. They talked about it, I think, at the chair and executive director level, but invited one of Picking County representatives, being either Greg or Francie, to bring the request forward and talk about, maybe it's in the form of bus passes for qualifying households or something like that. That's still a opportunity.
I think it is complex because of all the jurisdictions that also have property tax issues.
Yep.
So that's gonna be a tough one.
Right.
And the hit to RAFTA.
Well, at RAFTA, of course, we've all talked about trying to make RAFTA service free, and it's never really happened because it's a huge expense. But maybe creating a bus pass for qualified people in the demographic, lower income bracket or something like that might actually be something RAFTA could do that wouldn't be too expensive, but would yet demonstrate their participation and willingness
Just for,
to.
and then is
help.
it for property owners or for,
Those are all the questions they'd have to
Yeah,
consider.
yeah.
It might be too complicated, but they're contemplating it. So
But
we'll
worth the
circle back
conversation.
on that.
Did the Times ever publish that article?
Not yet, but we spent like 2 hours with the reporter, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be in it. So the New York Times
Oh, that's right.
interviewed us about the property tax relief program. It sounds like they're doing a broader story of statewide, and the reporter is taking a really deep dive to understand Tabor and
It's a tough one.
Amendment 23 and all the interactions, and so I don't know when that's going to come out. I'll have Marcy reach out to him.
Great, interesting.
I'm going to bring up the emails you and I have gotten.
Go ahead.
Greg and I have been the recipient of some emails today related to an event the library is hosting with Nadir Hashemi. And some criticism about his positions on the Israeli state and criticizing him as an anti-Semite. And it's being, I don't know, we've received them as, why is the county allowing this to be hosted at the library?
I've got to find it, because I don't think I've seen that yet.
His name was familiar to me because he's actually a professor where I went to grad school, but I don't know a lot about him personally or what his positions are. He's being presented to us through email as an anti-Semite, pro-Palestine, pro-Muslim state, anti-Israel person.
And from whom did you receive this?
Well, it came from some residents of Aspen and through Bill Guth to me and Greg, criticizing the library for hosting this. And the
Did you
county
get any
for
of them,
allowing the
Francie?
library
I'm
to
just,
host
I just got it at 1:35.
I don't think you guys
got
were
it 20 minutes ago, 19 minutes
on-
ago, so I haven't
Just Greg
seen
and
it.
I were on the emails. But I did want to flag it as an issue of concern. I don't know when this will happen. We obviously don't engage on library programming at this board level, but I did want to bring it up.
And so we don't really know whether he's pro-Palestine
You don't know
or
anything about him.
anti-Semitic or both. We don't know.
I'm just saying, I don't personally have that knowledge. I'm presenting how
Yeah.
he is being presented.
Right,
to
I
me.
understand.
Yeah.
So we have flagged this because there was an article in today's Times, and in advertising it, they were supposed to be this is not an event sponsored by the library. This was a meeting
being
room
held in
being
this space.
reserved for a discussion. So I want to be really clear. This is not a library event. This is not a county event. I believe the violation of policy was supposed to be clear in any advertising that it is not sponsored by a library, and that was not done in the advertising. We have notified the event organizers that we consider this a violation, and that they need to clarify this, and that we do not have a position one way or the other on this, but we have made the space available as we would to other interests too. So.
And do we have any restrictions about how space can be reserved, as far as you know?
Do you have that off the top of your? I
And
mean, we do.
We can
I
bring
don't
it
have
up,
it off
but
the
I
top
understand
of my
this
head,
is sort of emerging issues stuff.
We just have and I'm reading from Genevieve's because she's the one that flagged it for us, just so that we have that the library can be available for community events, but that it is nonpartisan, and that anything after, because this is also being held after hours when the library closes at 7 p.m. And so reservation of the meeting space must be for nonpartisan. And that the library does
Nonpartisan.
Or sorry.
What does
let
that
me
mean,
let me read it directly instead of the library does not endorse events occurring in meeting rooms that are organized by outside organizations, and that needs to be clarified in any advertising materials.
Okay.
So that's the policy.
Thank you.
But we don't generally restrict on content unless it presents a clear danger to somebody.
But do we withdraw any opportunity if they violate the terms under which they were granted the opportunity?
We're giving them an opportunity to correct.
Rectify.
Mhm.
Okay.
What was his name? The guy who's speaking?
Oh, Nadir Hashemi.
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just got the registration for the Northwest Cog Economic Development District Summit, May 2nd. I'll have Charlotte send it on. I will definitely be attending. We are thinking about, they're going to contact Paul Anderson to maybe be part of a panel discussion on local communities after his articles that he's been coming out with about community. And probably somebody from the chamber, Aspen Chamber. So I will let you guys know the dates and times, and I will definitely be attending that event.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Betty.
Okay, I think that seems like it for open discussion. Michael's still here. All right, Michael, let's get
Hi,
to you
Michael.
regarding the letter of support.
Hey, Commissioners. Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst. Apologies for the little snafu with scheduling, but we were planning to bring this letter of support for your consideration to support the Colorado Energy Office, a grant that they're submitting. We actually, at the last minute, were hoping to push that, your review, to have it to you next week. So we weren't able to get it off of the schedule for today, but we will have it for you next week, if that's all right.
Great.
So
My apologies, I missed that. So.
I think sounds like
Thank you,
we'll be all
Michael.
right.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank
Better
you.
being ahead
Thanks
of
for
it
coming
than
down.
missing
Sorry.
it.
Okay, looks like we're due for a break.
Wait,
It's 1:59. We're breaking early.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
real quick? John, on the Economic Development District event, are there certain staff members should we just have, I'll just mention it to Charlotte,
Yeah, let me think about that.
because I know we've had other.
We don't play in that space in a traditional way, right?
Right, and the
That's,
event is
yeah.
not played in a economic, it's more broad, talk about housing or community issues, or it's a bigger, so
And
I'll
so
talk.
I'll talk to
I'll talk with
Kara,
Kara.
that may be Kara or Ashley, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
that's it.
I think that's it. We're going to adjourn until 3 o'clock, where we have the joint meeting with the Airport Advisory Board, which should be informative.
Wow, we have a nice
We'll
break.
see you
Thank
then. That'll be about a 2-hour meeting, and we'll be out of here by, I'm going to guess, 5 or slightly after, is my guess. Okay. Thank you all. See you soon.
What is
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is the big event of our session today. It's 3 p.m. on Tuesday the 12th, and this is a joint meeting with the Airport Advisory Board and the BoCC. Welcome, everybody's here. The table is full, and I'm glad to see you all here. Thanks for coming. I want to begin this just with an opening disclosure. I have not been participating, cooperating isn't the word, participating in the discussions regarding particular aspects of the airport, due to a potential conflict of interest. So I've recused myself from any discussions regarding the FBO. But regarding discussions with the ALP, the rest of the airport, and our plans for the area, I definitely want to be involved, and I need not be recused from that on advice from legal. So I'm going to chair this meeting if it ever comes to a point where I might, either it occurs to me or to John Ely or John Peacock or anybody else that I might need to recuse, I'll do so. And I'm probably going to hand it to Kelly to my right, who can chair. And I know our other board members are participating on the county commission and will be vocal because Patty and Francie have recently been to DC, so they'll be fully participatory. So that's how I'm going to run the meeting. I wanted to recognize Meg Haynes and Jackie Francis, who are the chairs and have been guiding this Airport Advisory Board for so long and done such great work. Thank you. It's great to see you here. And everyone else on the board and all the familiar faces. Thank you for the time you've all spent putting into this, which is clearly a complicated and important discussion. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to open it up now to John Peacock, who then will start with the agenda, and then we'll go from there.
Can you share your screen?
Oh, one thing I wanted to add is the first hour of this meeting is going to be informative to presentations. It's information dense. There's a lot of rich material here. We want to get through that before we get to questions. Flag your questions, write them down. We're going to circle back to that when we have a discussion in the second hour of the meeting. Hope that works for everybody. So if we start asking questions halfway through, we'll never finish. And I really want to get us through this today. A lot of important material. Okay, take it away, John.
All right. Thank you, Greg. So as you indicated, we're going to spend a little bit of time, both for all of you, but also for the public and the press that's in the room, providing some background on how we got here today, our ALP process, and the significant investments, and just being informed and such that you all have made as Airport Advisory Board members, some of you as Vision Committee members ahead of that, to really engage in these discussions. We're going to give an update on our initial discussions in January with the FAA, as well as more recent discussions from trip to visit both our legislative delegation and FAA staff in Washington, D.C. Based on those discussions and issues that emerged in those discussions, we'll have some alternatives for both bodies to look at, to have some conversation around, and to give some administrative direction to see if there's any adjustments to the currently proposed airport layout plan that need to be considered by the Airport Advisory Board and then subsequently by the Board of Commissioners, and that will define our next steps. So in terms of where we've been, gosh, this has been a long time discussion now, going back really through 2012 to 2018. We went through a couple of airport layout plan processes in that time frame, where we looked at updating really initially in 2012 around West Side development. At that time, that was the first time the FAA came back and said, yeah, this airport layout plan looks good, except for the 320-foot separation between the center line of the runway and the center line of the taxiway, which sent us on a journey of looking at, it was 16 alternative airport layout plans at that point. Is 14, but 2 were labeled A and B, so I count that as 16 total airport layout plans. Those one of those was selected by the board at the time, submitted to the FAA, approved, and we went so far as to do an environmental and EA process on that and get a FONSI. So it had gone through all the approval processes, and that had included both a 80-foot shift of the runway and a west side taxiway and aeronautical development. But at that time, as happens, there was changeover in the board, and the board felt like we needed to have more public input into that process before moving forward with a project. And so January 2019, the board had directed that staff create a public process to really evaluate the approved ALP and FONSI and see if there were modifications that needed to come through that public process. We had originally intended to create a committee of 20 to 25 members on a vision committee, and over 130 people applied. And the board at that time said they didn't want to limit anyone's participation, and everyone was appointed to that process in some capacity. And we created 5 different airport advisory groups. There were 47 public meetings with presentations and 16 experts across the aviation industry. And that led to a set of recommendations, the common ground recommendations. You'll see that CGR acronym from time to time. It led to the common ground recommendations, which came to the Board of County Commissioners in 2020 for approval. At that time, the board made some really pretty minor. The board accepted really the supermajority of recommendations coming from the Vision Committee, some minor modifications that were included in a board resolution number 105/2020, which was adopted in December 2020 and really serves now as direction to staff and the Airport Advisory Board pursuing future projects. Abe, if you'd. Really key in that resolution, and really originating from the common ground recommendations, are core community goals. Everything that we're doing is directed towards these goals at the end of the day. Safety in the air and on the ground. Reducing greenhouse gas and other pollutant emissions by at least 30%. Managing the growth of airline employments to be consistent with community growth management plans with input and assistance from the Airport Advisory Board to attain the core community goals for the Pickens County Aspen Airport. And then reducing noise by at least 30%. This framework is important because I think the Vision Committee understood that all the specific recommendations would not necessarily be able to be implemented. There'd have to be a conversation with our partners and our regulatory entities in the FAA, and also looking at engineering realities. Okay. And to that end, the board directed staff with oversight and input from the Airport Advisory Board to open discussions with the FAA, airlines, and other partners to really bring this vision to an airport layout plan and airport investment program that could be approved by the FAA and really move forward to meet these community goals. One of the things that the Vision Committee was clear on is that if we kept the status quo, we definitely would not be able to meet those emissions and noise goals. And so that there does need to be improvements made to the airport, and we need it to follow the path that's acceptable both to the community and our regulatory entities. So to that end, we've started that process with the update to the airport layout plan and conversations with the FAA. And I am going to turn it over to Brad Jacobs to walk us through where we're at in that process.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
So we started the ALP update process per the BoCC resolution. First piece of that was to establish the Airport Advisory Board, which was done in June of 2021, and they sort of got down to trying to learn and understand what was going to be required for this FAA airport layout plan. We did a lot of work, and then in June of 2023, at the Airport Advisory Board recommendation, we brought the updated forecast of aviation demand to the Board of County Commissioners. You approved submitting that to the FAA, which we did, and the FAA subsequently approved that. And then we spent the next 5 or 6 months working to translate and resolve the common ground recommendations into a plan that we could actually present to the FAA and start those discussions. That was completed in January. So then on January 29th, at the recommendation of the Airport Advisory Board, staff met with the FAA Airport District's office down in Denver. This is the plan that we reviewed with the FAA at that meeting. This should look very familiar to all of you. It is essentially the exact same plan that came out of the visioning process. This is the common ground recommendations. The colors may be a little different, and the line weights of the drawing may be different, but this is essentially the same plan. We were able to rationalize the common ground recommendations with the updated forecast, with the FAA requirements and design standards, and begin to resolve some of the issues that weren't addressed through the visioning process. So we sat down with them and started to have this conversation with them about our common ground recommendation ALP. Before we could even begin our presentation, they started and said, listen, we just want you to understand a couple of things. The first is that their position is they are focused on safety and they're focused on accessibility. This is the same message that John Bauer delivered to the Board of County Commissioners in April of last year when he came before you, right? Accessibility, safety. Safety and accessibility. That's their world. That's how they view things. So anything that we present to them, they were going to be looking at it through that lens. Second thing that they said was, we appreciate that this is your plan, and we'll review it with you, but you have to understand from the FAA's perspective, they are looking at this as how do they maximize accessibility and meet the level of safety that their requirements demand. And to do that, they want to review other alternatives other than the preferred plan that we bring forward. This is very common in a typical master planning or ALP planning process. You're working very closely with the FAA. Your visioning process, as phenomenal as it was, didn't include that step. So now we're sort of coming in after the fact and presenting that, and they're just saying, listen, what did you do here? Can we see some alternatives, et cetera? And you'll see where that plays out later on in the discussion, because after that kind of opening, we sort of went through the plan, the Common Ground Recommendation ALP, and started having a discussion with them. They identified 4 issues that we're going to talk about today. The first was the air traffic control tower relocation. The second was the runway crossings for the West Side development. The third was the West Side taxiway, extension of the West Side taxiway. And the fourth was access to the 33 end of the runway. So I'm going to walk through each of those issues with you now and just explain what the concerns were from the FAA when we had that discussion. Later on, we're going to talk about how we could address those concerns. But first, I want to just make sure that we all understand what the concern is and that we're clear about that. So if there's any issues as I'm going through this about what the FAA meant or what the concern was, please raise your hand. If you have some ideas on how to solve that, let's hold those, because we're going to get to that in a little bit. Okay, first let's start with the air traffic control tower. The Common Ground recommendations did not address relocation of the control tower other than to say it had to be relocated, right? The shift of taxiway alpha requires that the air traffic control tower be relocated. Our question to the FAA was, how do we participate in this process, and how will this process occur? And they were very clear that the air traffic control tower did not need to get relocated but for this new plan, and as such, they would not be responsible for funding that particular item. They went on to say that the siting for the new tower would be done by air traffic control, the National Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Control Division. They have a process that they go through. The county would be required to fund that. It's about $500,000 to $1 million to do the siting analysis that would be done by the FAA. The local air traffic control tower representatives who participated in that briefing on January 29th indicated that based on the operating configuration, single runway, opposite direction arrival and departures, the wrap procedure that's used, because of the complexities of that operation, it was their belief that the new control tower, the new location, would be somewhere north and somewhere east of the existing tower location. Our assessment of that determined, based on the terrain, the elevations, the line of sight requirements, that the tower, the new tower, would end up being somewhere north of 100 foot high to meet the FAA requirements for that. In addition, the FAA said, based on their recent experience building towers, that a new tower would be in excess of $100 million. And this is where they reiterated this would be the county's responsibility to fund that, not the FAA's. Are there any questions? Oh, I guess for reference, rough order magnitude estimate for reconstructing the runway, developing the other airfield taxiways and improvements, the de-icing pad that are reflected on the Common Ground recommendations, rough order magnitude $200+ million. The terminal, rough order magnitude estimate, probably north of 100 million for the terminal and all of the parking facilities and associated facilities around there. So just to give you sort of a reference how that air traffic control tower cost kind of fits into that equation.
Brad, just before you continue, I want to make sure we all understand. It seems pretty obvious, but north, you're using north as above. In terms, the tower would be over 100 feet high, and the cost of the terminal would be over 100 million. Just as we use north, and I thought, well, we're going to start talking compass headings here soon, so I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you.
In excess of.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I referred to the direction north and east of the existing, I was referring to the actual direction.
Yeah, Kelly has
How tall is the current tower?
37-ish feet.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions about the FAA's concerns on the air traffic control tower?
You don't have any specifics on the location east of the current tower. To me, means on the other side of Highway 82. And is that how you interpret it, or are we talking 50 feet or 100 feet east, or are we talking 600 feet east or a mile east? Or?
Yeah, they weren't specific. It certainly could be on the west side of the highway. It would be right up against the highway just to meet the sort of airspace requirements of that area. But they weren't specific. They were just saying where they need to be located to operate the procedures that they have in place would going to the south or going to the west wouldn't work for them. That was the local air traffic controller's opinion.
Okay, local opinion. Thank you.
Anything else on air traffic before I move on?
Is it SOP that the local community pays for the tower?
Only when it's the local community that, and again, local community is typically the airport or the airport authority who's making the decision to do something that impacts the tower. The FAA has their own program for tower replacements, and they have a process for all that. But in this case, you would be instigating that change, and therefore you'd be required to fund it.
I want to make sure everyone's mics are turned on when they ask a question, just to make sure you're on mic. Thanks. Go
All right,
ahead.
next issue was the runway crossings. So again, because of the single runway bi-directional arrival departure procedures, local air traffic control and the ADO both expressed concern over adding additional complexity to that already complex operating environment. We pushed them a little bit on that and clarified, are we precluded from doing any development on the west side that's aeronautical, so we're going to have to cross the runway. They initially, they wanted a full-length taxiway on the west side, but before we got into that issue, they acknowledged that they will indeed cross the runway, but they have some conditions that need to be met. The first is that they will not cross the runway in what's called the high energy area. So that's the middle 1/3 of the runway. They want all crossings to occur towards either end of the runway and as far towards the physical end of the runway as possible. They would prefer it to be at the physical end of the runway. But as far towards the runway as possible would be required. The second piece is they're going to implement operational procedures that will ensure their level of safety is met. And they believe that those operational procedures will have, could have operational impacts. And they want to make sure that air traffic control needs to do an evaluation to determine the amount of runway crossings and the frequency of those runway crossings that would be acceptable to them before it starts to impact the capacity, the throughput, the delays on the airfield. So they wouldn't commit to unlimited runway crossings. They just kind of gave us this general parameter.
So, point of clarification, if I can ask, what you're talking about is accessibility. They're weighing the effect of the crossings for slowing down the throughput, the flow of traffic on the airport against their accessibility needs, and they're going to optimize that is what?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
They view any impact to capacity, throughput, delays, et cetera, as a limit on accessibility.
And the other thing, just to clarify, the hot zone, hot area, what do you call it?
High energy area.
High energy area is where aircraft are traveling the fastest with the biggest risk of, they can't hit the brakes and stop at that point.
Correct.
Is that
again.
correct? Okay. That's pretty obvious, but I just want to make sure I
And that's
understand.
the FAA's national standard for safety. They don't allow runway crossings in the high energy area. They restrict them to outside that area, and they try to push them as far to the ends as possible.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions on that?
We'll have a chance to circle back on all this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Next issue was the West Side Taxiway, and you heard me allude to it because it came up in the discussions on the runway crossings. The FAA, the current airport layout plan calls for a full-length West Side Taxiway all the way to the 33 end of the runway. To accomplish that, we would need to acquire additional land beyond the existing airport boundary. And the county's position to the FAA was they were not willing to acquire additional land for this project. The FAA accepted that, said they understood they weren't going to compel anyone to acquire land, so they wanted to look at other alternatives to provide some partial length west side taxiway. We offered a Group 1 or a Group 2, which is a smaller aircraft size compatible taxiway on the west side, full length. That was not viable from their perspective because that would require them to do things to sort aircraft that they don't do. So they really mandated that it be a ADG3 sized taxiway, the same as all the other taxiways on the airport. And they required that we look at alternatives to extend the west side taxiway beyond what is shown on the common ground recommendations to the greatest extent possible in order to maximize the number of aircraft that could use that taxiway. Any questions on the west side taxiway?
Is it 100 feet or 150 feet, or how wide is it?
75-foot wide.
And what's the separation space on that side?
Same as on the other side, 400 feet.
And the length we're talking about for a partial west side taxiway, we were going to talk length at some point.
We are, and we'll
might-
get into the when
Got
we show you the alternatives of what can fit into that area.
Great.
Okay, the last issue was access to the 33N. The common ground recommendation configuration that's illustrated here does not allow aircraft to access the departure end of the runway. Would either require them to access some distance down the runway, or it would require them to use what's called the T-cup, which is the configuration, the taxiway on the west side that the FAA uses for their RAP procedure. Neither of those options was acceptable to the FAA, primarily because they had recently, the county had argued and the FAA had accepted the need for a runway extension. And the argument was based on the need for a certain departure length. And to reduce that departure length now, after that was argued for and funded, would be unacceptable. Similarly, the county had argued for and the FAA had accepted the T-cup configuration, which allows them to use the RAP procedure. It's a technical procedure, but basically what they're doing is they're allowing aircraft to get on the runway at the departure end and queue up for departures while an aircraft is arriving in the opposite direction. If there's sufficient space, they let that departure go, he banks to the right and then wraps over the top of that arriving aircraft. However, if that arriving aircraft gets too close, they cannot do that procedure and they need to exit that aircraft from the runway. So they use the T-cup to get off of the runway and reposition for departure when the aircraft lands. And this is, according to air traffic control, a vital procedure that's used to manage the flow of traffic into the airport. So they were unwilling to accept any alternative that eliminated either of those two options. So they required that we go back and look at alternatives that would provide access to the full departure length of the runway from the east side. Are there any questions about that particular issue? This is going very well.
Sorry, let me.
Go ahead.
Let's make sure.
Okay.
Last bit
Calm
there.
before the storm.
So where the teacup is on the west side, they're asking us to do some other configuration on the opposite side, the east side.
East
that
side.
Yeah.
Isn't currently depicted on here. That would result in a similar ability for the planes to kind of get off the runway.
That's correct.
Is that the goal? Okay.
Including if we had to do a non-standard configuration or we had to do something that, didn't meet their standards.
And the goal, Kelly.
So they're willing to modify their standards, is that?
They're willing to consider it.
Yeah. And so, and the goal is to get full length.
Yeah,
runway.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
So there's two more issues that we brought up to them that I want to raise here real quickly. The Airport Advisory Board, one of the subcommittees, the safety subcommittee of the Airport Advisory Board, evaluated a couple of potential improvements that they wanted included on the ALP in addition to the common ground recommendations. They are an EMAS system and a blast fence. EMAS is a engineered material that's placed at the end of the runway. It's sort of a crushable foam material that is intended to stop aircraft if they overrun the runway. It's typically used in situations where there's not a full-length safety area at the end of the runway. The blast fence is simply a slatted fence that is designed to deflect jet blast from engines up in the air to protect sidewalks, roads, or whatever facilities are on the other side of the blast fence.
Can I ask a quick question just about that? Is there a specification for how useful that is? And what distance does it actually work for dissipating? If it's a sidewalk, you're talking about just the blast of hot gas on a sidewalk. Is there a distance? Is there a minimum distance or a useful range for that?
Yeah, it's much more art than science. It's typically intended to deflect jet blast to protect when the jet blast exceeds 50 miles an hour, for example. You can't have people on bikes, you can't have cars and things like that. So again, in situations where you don't have sufficient safety area beyond the end of the runway or the run-up location for the engines, you'd put a blast fence to protect people and property on the other side of it.
Thank you.
And I really just raised that only because it was something that we talked about the FAA, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. But the FAA had absolutely no problem with us putting them on the ALP, but they were very crystal clear that these were not required. We had sufficient safety areas. They met their level of safety, and so they would not be participating in funding either of these two components. Any questions about that?
Was there, do you have a cost? Do you have a cost for the EMAS and the blast furnace?
I don't have them off the top of my head, Howie, but you know, I think EMAS is in the $20 million range. The blast fence is probably less than $1 million, maybe less than a couple $100,000. So different.
Okay.
Totally different.
One technical question you can get to later, if we come back to EMAS, is how does it seems like a foam pit, like a runaway truck stop is what it sounds like to me.
That's exactly
Would it work in the winter? How does it work in the winter?
Same.
It doesn't get saturated and frozen or anything
No,
like
they
that?
use these in winter weather airports.
They do, okay, thanks.
And then there's maintenance costs.
Yeah, this is an additional level of safety that the community, the board and the community the county would decide if it was warranted and where it would fall in their priorities.
Thank you.
And again, the FAA was fine, including them on the ALP, but it was, you know.
And you're talking 20 million for both or 20 million each?
The last I looked at them, I think they would probably be 20 million per runway end.
Okay, so
but there's a lot of components, right? So you have to install it. You got to design and install it, and then you have to maintain it. You have to clear snow, and you can't drive on these things because you'll ruin them. And then, so you got to have special equipment to do that. So I think you have to look at it as a total kind of life cycle cost if you're evaluating them.
Thank you.
So those are the issues from the FAA. And basically, when we came out of the meeting, what they're asking for is they're requiring that we evaluate alternatives for eliminating the midfield crossings and restricting the runway crossings to the near end of the runway and really limiting them to the best of our ability. They also want to look at alternatives for extending the west side taxiway, and they want to provide alternatives for direct access to the end of runway 33. In addition, they encouraged the county, and the county may want to consider alternatives that do not require the relocation of the air traffic control tower for the reasons that we discussed before.
So the other thing that's happened since these conversations is the visit to Washington, D.C. Commissioner Clapper and Commissioner Jacober attended with our airport director, Dan Bartholomew, and myself. We did meet with elected representatives, including Senator Hickenlooper and his staff, Senator Bennett and his staff, Representative Boebert and her staff, or Congresswoman Boebert and her staff, Congressman Negus's staff. He was busy voting to keep the federal government open while we were there. And then from the FAA, we did meet with Shanetta Griffin, who's Associate Director of Airports. She is a presidential appointee, and Rich Swayze, who is the Deputy Associate Director of Airports. And I think we're going to start off kind of talking about updates from that FAA meeting, and I'd turn it over to you, Francie.
Okay, so I think his name is pronounced Swazi, unlike Patrick.
Oh, Swazi. Thank you. Yeah, it's a habit.
Anyway, so Mr. Swazi was, as John mentioned, the Deputy Administrator for the FAA. He is like second in command up there. And he was very gracious to us and was very careful not to tell us exactly what we had to do. But he was also very careful to let us know what the repercussions were if we did decide to do certain things. So he talked about the air traffic control, as Brad has, tower, as Brad has talked about, and was very clear that if we move the taxiway to the east, we will have to move the air traffic control tower at our own expense because we have been the ones who necessitated the moving of the tower. We asked for clarification on that a couple of times, and he was really very clear about that. And otherwise, he thinks that the air traffic control tower is fine where it is. He also talked about our runway maintenance problems that you all are familiar with, that the runway is starting to deteriorate underneath and needs repair. And in the meantime, we've also found out about immediate repair that needs to be done this May. And they will not pay for any further runway maintenance until we have an ALP that will approve. So we won't have any money for upkeeping the airport, and we all know that we need some serious work at the airport now. So that was a pretty serious problem. That, and he says all this with a smile, and in his very charming way, but he's very clear that if we decide to not have an ALP in front of them within the time that we need to repair the runway, they will not help us pay for that. And then he also talked about the funding that's available to them right now from the infrastructure bill, which we know is being made available to municipalities and counties and states to repair and improve infrastructure, and that it is time limited. And so he talked quite a bit about the amount of time to get a new ALP with a new IEP before them and approved could be up to 18 months, mostly because of the NEPA study that would have to accompany it. So he sees that as being 18 months out still, even after all the work that's been done by all of you and everybody else. He felt that if we were able to use the previous ALP with the NEPA study that's already been done with that timeline could be cut down to 6 months, and then we could apply for the infrastructure grants through the FAA and be awarded them within the time that the infrastructure bill is still viable. It's only got 2 more years on it, and after that time, that money won't be available any longer. We also know that if we have an election in November, and we end up with a different president, that some of the funding, or maybe all of the funding from that bill, as well as the IRA, might be withdrawn. So he was careful to explain the timeline and how important the timeline is for getting grants from the current infrastructure bill, which is the only one we have right now. Brad was explaining there's going to be more in the future, but possibly. But right now, he was talking about this current infrastructure bill, which was passed by Biden, and that the timeline is probably going to be exceeded if we proceed with starting with a new ALP and a new NEPA study. And Patty's going to talk to you about our meetings with the senators and NACO.
Yeah, I just want to add to the terminal funding issue. There's $2 billion sitting in a terminal funding pot of money that also has a 2-year time frame. So that was critical, and that was brought up many times.
Oh, yes,
by all
thank you.
parties.
Let me finish that up. And so, if he will not, or the FAA is represented by him, will not let us begin on the terminal and spending the terminal money until we've started on the airfield. So we can't beat the airfield with the terminal and get money. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, he was very clear on that. He was very clear on the fact that we needed to show progress on the air side, and we were very clear on what does progress mean, and he said moving dirt, and we were very clear on how much dirt does that mean, and he was kind of just move some dirt, and we were like, shovelfuls? So we'll see what happens there. We were very 2 shovels, 3 shovels, so, but I have to say the meeting in Washington overall was pretty amazing. The reception that we received from our senators, from our congresswoman and Joe Neguse, who's not our congressional district, but his staff was very welcoming. We left, I think, Washington feeling a lot more positive than we had going to Washington because we weren't sure how we would be received. Both of our senators were pretty clear on, we have money in our hands that needs to be spent. You need to give us a project so we can write you a check. And we'll see how that goes, but it's up to a lot of things, and the main thing is we need to have a plan to move forward. So that was extremely positive from all parties that be. The other thing that we did in there, other than meeting with FAA, which was it was very well received, and his chief of staff was also in the room taking notes, so we have that record on their part. But we met with the National Association of Counties, with their transportation director, environment and climate action. Legislative person was also there. NACO has a meeting every summer, an annual meeting, and they allow you to present resolutions. We are members of, not NATO, NACO. We are allowed to present resolutions for them to listen to consider, and to pass. It means that discussion will happen at a national level. So we have been encouraged to present 2 resolutions at the NACO meeting in July in Tampa, Florida, in July, needless to say. The first being to start a national conversation about a carbon fee, to get that word out there, to start the discussion. A big hurdle, we know, but the discussion needs to happen. It needs to happen at a national level. And if we want to move forward in that direction, we need congressional support across the board. So it's a great opportunity for us to get that ball rolling. The other resolution we will be considering is the ability to use funds, revenues generated on airport property off the airport property. Right now, we're not allowed to do that. Any revenues created for the airport have to be used on the airport. But how do you mitigate carbon issues or environmental climate issues, those things, when you don't have space to put in those opportunities on the land that you have for the airport? So we're trying to, and I think that we have a greater success rate on this note to move this forward on a national level, to allow for investments into a solar farm that would have to be off-site with the energy created there coming back to the airport, or for a sustainable aviation fuel refinery, whereas that fuel would come back to our airport. Lots of opportunities. We haven't, put them down on paper, just starting that discussion. But that meeting with the National Association of Counties was a big step for us in bringing these issues to a national level to seek national support. So it's not perceived, it's just Pitkin County's issue, because it really isn't when we're talking climate action. It is a national issue. And FAA has a goal of reducing their greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 to zero. And we will provide them an opportunity to help them move that goal forward. by allowing us to maybe do a pilot program or at least start a study here at Pickens County Airport, Aspen-Pickens County Airport. So, but I have to say, overall, the reception that we received in Washington was incredible. I felt very positive about it. It's just the first step. We have a long way to go as far as seeking funds, as far as moving an ALP forward. And we were encouraged to bring forward in any ALP all the great recommendations that came out of the vision and the Common Grounds recommendation as far as noise and pollution and climate action, safety. Those were huge points for us to bring forward to the representatives we have in Washington.
Patty and Francie, can I ask you, I think I heard that the FAA acknowledges that they have this goal of zero carbon emissions by 2050, but they also acknowledge they have absolutely no way currently or idea how they're going to reach that goal. And so perhaps what we're offering is something that they might be interested in. Is that
exactly right? And the same thing happened with the safety plan. They've had a safety plan in effect for years. They have not been able to take any action on it. What we've incorporated into our safety plan that came out of the recommendations is going to help achieve a lot of the issues that FAA has had. How many years has it been? 50 years or some ungodly amount of years they've had this plan and have not been able to take action. So Greg, you're absolutely right. And our ability to move forward on these issues that we hold near and dear to our hearts will help the FAA in the long run and the country.
And the flip side is also true, Greg, that they were very clear that as they make technological advances and they're more than willing to share that with us and help us implement them as well. So they were really clear about wanting to support us in that.
Am I missing something? Like, did the FAA?
Hold on, go ahead. Address it to everybody. But did you have a clarifying question? Or?
Yeah, did the FAA respond to the carbon letter? Or have you not gotten to that yet, or does it involve going to Tampa in July to? What's the answer to that?
We did not bring up the specifics of that. We did introduce, we didn't talk to Congress about the NACO because we hadn't seen NACO and talked to them yet. That came after our meetings with our congressional representatives. But NACO is based right there, not far from the Capitol building. And NACO has a very, very close relationship with congressional representatives. So we're hoping to get that moving forward.
Could I just add to that too? Because I think and I was really encouraged by our conversations with the FAA on not necessarily a carbon fee or tax. That's not a place that they can really advocate legislatively, and I think they felt like the national politics were going to be really difficult on that. But the other issue of redrawing the box of where we might be able to use airport revenues to do carbon offsets, which is a real limiting factor right now, I felt like there was real openness in that discussion to maybe look at, as Patty had said, doing a pilot project to look at, how those rules could be restructured in the future. It's better if we're not the only airport asking for it, which is part of the NACO piece. But we're used to getting a hard no, right, on those sorts of things. And this was hey, there's some opportunity to brainstorm and maybe do some things in a pilot here because we have this goal for 2052 and we've got to make 2050 also that we need to make progress on. So that is another way of us achieving, I think, the same outcomes, just a little bit different.
I wanted to clarify also that we did have conversations on the phone with our senators' offices regarding the letter. We had conversations before the meetings in D.C. because they called us. When they received it, they acknowledged receipt, the Hickenlooper and Bennett's offices, and they said, we want to get you on the phone with our climate people to talk about what do you mean here, what do we think is possible, what do you think is doable at all. And I wanted to make sure you understood that conversation is ongoing with the senators' offices. But I can say what they said to me was, some of this looks aspirational would be the word I would use. But let's talk about what we think we can do.
Right.
And that's where we are.
So
If-
just,
to
my
finish,
my
go ahead.
question is, I thought that we were gonna ask the FAA, hey, do you mind if we try this carbon fee pilot program? And it sounds like that ask, we didn't get an answer to, or, because the letter went to the FAA, presumably
Yeah.
they would respond to it.
The carbon fee would take legislative change.
Did they,
and
did
so,
they say that? They
Yeah,
said,
and so,
heard you,
but looking at the box and the rules, we need to do further exploration on. They weren't ready to respond to that directly in that meeting.
And I think it was excuse me for sharing your mic, was the gentleman from FAA who actually brought up the word pilot program.
Correct.
Before we even did. So that
So-
was a huge leap for us. But we also had these limited windows of time we could discuss things.
Right.
So the carbon fee is, an issue that is going to take some time. This is our way of starting that conversation because it's going to be a bigger hurdle.
We're gonna have to hurry on to the next thing, but
then I won't say anything for the rest of the meeting, because this is why I'm here. So to be clear, there was no, it sounds like there wasn't a, you can't do this.
Well, actually, he said quite clearly, there's no appetite for a carbon fee in this Congress.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, but that also says to do it, you couldn't do it as a pilot program, you'd have to pass legislation.
Correct.
I don't remember him exactly saying that,
Okay.
but I
So,
think
but,
John
but
does.
let's be clear, though, if we can bring airport revenues to do some of the offsite mitigation and use that in terms of setting our fees, we've probably accomplished the same thing.
Yeah, although and I will now cede the talking stick, but my goal is to change the national conversation on carbon tax, and the box in which we can do stuff at the airport is nice, but not of great interest to me. So I would like to say, takeaway from this would be, FAA said no, next step for us is we're gonna get a coalition together, maybe with counties, go to Washington and change federal legislation.
And that
You
was
can
the-
go to Tampa in Florida. It's
Yeah.
lovely down there.
I'm gonna go to DC in December.
Tampa
that was
in July,
the,
you'll love it.
That was the NACO discussion, and I think really it's going to be a multi-step kind of process. We're going to need to try and get some funding for a study on those types of tools and move it through in an incremental process, because there's a lot of headwinds. So we're looking for what's our near-term win that we can do as a community, and I don't think anyone is suggesting we give up on the broader conversation.
And just to add, when we draft the reso for NACO specific to the carbon fee, we will have you at the table. It's a very simple form,
I've
but
got a
it's a
question
discussion
from
point.
Kelly, or a comment,
Thank you.
and then I want to get us back on track, because I want us to have time for more conversation after you're done.
Far less sexy than carbon fees. I'm a little focused on this air traffic control tower. Was there any indication of what replacement schedule ours might be on? And was there any sort of reconciliation between like why a 37-foot tower without all this stuff is cool, but the 100-foot tower with all this stuff is what we want you to pay for?
Sure. You want to take the first?
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
So they were quite clear that funding is very limited for air traffic control towers from the FAA standpoint, and we are definitely not the first in line in the need of replacing an air traffic control tower.
Dan, can you speak a
Dan,
little
speak
louder
up,
for the people
speak
in the
up.
back?
Did they say 20 years?
Oh,
He said the life
he
of our
said-
tower is like 20 years?
Well, he said he said decades, I think is what he said, is the word used. But, so we are quite far back in line for an FAA-funded tower, and the need is just not that great here for that. But if we,
Have they been to our tower?
And we did press that point in all of the FAA meetings, both at the national level and locally, that we do have a tower that appears to be at the end of useful life and also is below the end of the runway. And, where does that sit? And, I think we have an exception for the cameras right now, which is allowing us to operate without a new tower. And I don't know what towers are ahead of us and what condition they are in, but it did make me think I should drive my car more places. So,
And Kelly,
yeah.
as far as the specifics of a 37-foot versus, they were just saying that's their new standard.
Yeah, they wouldn't build a new one at 37 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna get us back. Brad, what else have you got for us? We're gonna get back to it. Thank
Great,
you
so
for
we
the
can,
conversation.
we can now start talking about alternatives and considerations for those concerns that the FAA had. And obviously, full participation. Now, all ideas are welcome,
I
comments.
wanna run you
comments,
through all
discussion.
this before the questions come, otherwise we'll never finish. And I
Fair
wanna
enough.
get us out of here on time. Some of us have to leave, I understand. So
Let's start with the EMAS and the blast fence, right? We talked about it. They don't have a problem with it. It's a funding issue, so that kind of goes away. Next issue, the runway crossings. Let's start at the north end. That crossing area this is down valley, farthest circle
right,
there.
one on the rightmost on the
Yeah,
picture, right.
that's on my left, so.
Leftmost, Scott, yeah. Jeez, sorry.
This is out of the high energy area. It's as far south as we can go practically based on the terrain in that area. So this one basically meets the FAA's criteria. And because we have small local general aviation development apron on the west side, the activity in this, runway crossing area is not anticipated to be significant. The air traffic controllers made a point that they're going to still figure out, they're going to have to evaluate what the impacts to the overall capacity throughput delays are on the airport. And this is something that the county may want to consider doing some simulation analysis to figure out if there's some benefit in understanding what that answer is. But from our position at this point, from an ALP standpoint, that runway crossing can stay. As we move farther to the south, the next location is problematic because this is right in the middle of the runway. It's in the high energy area. And clearly the FAA is not interested in a runway crossing at this location. So an alternative to fix that, a very simple alternative, is to simply shift the stub taxiway that's on the east side either to the north or south so that it doesn't line up directly with the taxiway on the west side. Therefore, it is no longer a runway crossing. It's just an exit point from the runway for arriving aircraft. So we would simply shift that taxiway down slightly. And then that would resolve that particular issue.
That's the purple line you've just put
Yeah,
up,
that's, we just did these kind of quick because we wanted to give some sort of indication of how we would handle it. But we didn't want to give the impression that this has been well thought out and documented without proper direction. So any questions on the runway crossing
Sorry, what would the
alternative?
goal be with doing that?
To eliminate the possibility of a runway crossing at the midfield in the high energy area.
But still allowing for planes to exit on
Exit
the
off
west
of the-
side? Okay. But they can do that at the end. So it gives them 2 exit points.
They could use either of, they could use either of the 2 exits on the west side. The idea is what we don't want is we don't want aircraft that are going to the west side, the small local general aviation aircraft, to get beyond that second westernmost exit, the southernmost western exit, and because then they have to exit to the right, they have to come back down to the north and cross over, and now they're going to have head-to-head operations on those crossings, and it just becomes more complex. So to the extent we can minimize that, we want to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us going.
All right, moving on.
I know there's much
West
more
Side
to go.
Taxiway. So the direction here was we need to evaluate alternatives that extend the West Side Taxiway from what's shown on the Common Ground recommendations farther to the south as far as we can go without requiring land acquisition. So it would look something like this. Again, you'll notice at the southern end of that, we've got a exit point to the west that does not align with the taxiway on the east, so we're avoiding that potential runway crossing situation. And we're simply, what this would do is it would simply provide more room for aircraft to exit the runway to the west. It would allow for larger aircraft to potentially exit the runway to the left if there were additional general aviation development on the west side in the future. The area that's kind of highlighted in a red dash line or a yellow dash line north of the small local general aviation apron would be available for future aeronautical development. And again, the FAA's goal here is really just to maximize accessibility. Any questions on that?
So Brad, all of these options are still going to require the relocation of the tower, correct?
Correct.
Because-
We haven't addressed that. That's
Okay.
that's that
I
red
just want-
box
I just
up
want
there.
to clarify.
If it's
because
red,
that's
we
the
haven't
$100
addressed
million
it yet.
elephant in the room.
So
Yeah.
far, yes.
Yeah, so
but
far.
It's about to change.
There's one other thing I wanted to point out on this one.
Teacup, Dan. Not yet.
No, it wasn't that. Oh, I had it until
Until he totally distracted you.
There's
with
another
that
Mike,
west
other-
side.
Mike, Mike threw me off my game. It'll come to me later.
Another west side option
I'll
too
wait.
coming, right?
What's that?
There's another west side option coming. It's
Yeah,
short.
well, we're down to two issues, right? We're down to the runway 33 end and the air traffic control tower. The runway 33 end, we can come up with some creative taxiway designs that provide us access to the runway end. I don't think there's anything that would meet FAA design standards. We would have to go for a modification of standards, which, you know, the FAA indicated they're interested in.
That's a swear word to them.
I know. Well, only in certain
A
situations.
three-letter swear word.
Only when it's not their idea. But the real solution here is if we're going to address the air traffic control tower, the only way that we're able to do that is by shifting the runway. So we looked at an alternative where we're shifting the runway. And what we've illustrated here is the runway is going to shift 80 foot to the west. The west side taxiway, the part of the common ground recommendation portion of the west side taxiway would also shift 80 feet. The extension of the west side taxiway would go from a very long extension to a much shorter extension. And the reason is because this is about as far as we could take that west side taxiway without requiring land acquisition if we were to shift the runway 80 feet.
I thought there was an issue with that, how that interacts with the AOC.
It would. This would require the relocation of the AOC.
And this
Now-
is a reduction of about
At
2,000
our
feet, 2,000 feet down to about 1,000 feet with this. Is that correct? In terms
Correct.
of
Say
Correct.
that again. I didn't hear the beginning. part.
So the toggle back and forth, Abe, if you will. So the taxiway on the west side, right, this is as far as we could take it without the runway shift. But if we do shift the runway, it becomes significantly shorter. And it gets significantly shorter to the point that I don't think there is a material accessibility benefit of this length. If that's as far as we can take it, the FAA they don't really have much of an argument to make that we would have to extend the taxiway at all. Now, I'll point out that, here's what I forgot to tell you before. The west side, the extension of the west side taxiway is actually addressed in the common ground recommendations. Whatever the committees were that made that recommendation knew that they may have to extend the west side taxiway to address the runway crossing situation. So they put a caveat in there that said west side taxiway may need to be extended to address FAA concerns. But I just feel like if that's as far as we can extend the west side taxiway, we're not really materially gaining anything, and it would require that we have to relocate the Airport Operations Center. I'm not sure the cost benefit is there to do that.
Just a corner of it. You just whack off a corner.
Just
of
a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll look into that. That's a design issue.
Okay,
Thank you.
keep going.
Well, that's the end of it. We've solved all this
solves
alternative solves all of the FAA's
And
concerns.
just to be clear, so we're talking about pushing the runway 80 feet to the west. And you tell us what the FAA's consideration of that was, or what their concerns were, because there was a concern about moving it any closer to Shale Bluffs, right?
Yeah, no, that was not the FAA's concern. The community had some concerns. Let's move on.
Community concern.
So when
Thank
we
you.
talk about shifting the runway, right? This is a significant issue that was discussed by the Vision Committee. So we went back and reviewed what the criteria was and what the rationale was for keeping the runway in its existing location versus shifting it 80 feet, which is what had also been considered. And I think what's changed between the visioning process, and today is, since that resolution was passed, we know that the runway is deteriorating. We've gone out, we can see it. We've got a pavement condition report that says we have significant problems and we are not going to be able to overlay the runway. It has to be rebuilt. So now the comparison between leaving the runway in its existing location and shifting it 80 feet is really, it's the exact same effort, it's the same process. We're going to rebuild the runway. We just need to decide, are we rebuilding in its current location or are we rebuilding it 80 foot to the west? So based on that, because the overlay is no longer an option, leaving the runway in its current location no longer reduces the closure time. It no longer is less expensive, and it no longer has less of a carbon footprint. It's the exact same process in both locations, so it's going to take the same amount of time. It's going to cost about the same amount of money. It may actually be cheaper because now you don't have to shift the taxiway, so you're going to save some of that. And it's the same process, so the carbon footprint's going to be the same. Then there was an additional issue from our understanding of the visioning process that there was a safety concern shifting the runway closer to Shale Bluffs. And like we reviewed things, and it appears that was addressed in the work session, and the FAA does not have any concern about it because there's an equivalent level of safety in its current location as there would be if we shifted 80 foot closer to Shale Bluff. So
thanks for the clarification.
That doesn't appear to be an issue. It's a perception. It may be a perception, but it's not a real safety issue.
Okay, thank you. Clint?
Where is the runway in the currently approved ALP proposed to be?
Shifted 80 foot to the west.
So where you're
where the alternative that would prevent the air traffic control tower from being relocated.
And so that was already reviewed through a EA process and the safety process with the FAA.
And Clint, that's the reason that Swazi, the guy from FAA, said this can be done in 6 months as compared to 12 months because we already have an IEP with that ALP. But we'll talk about other ways to incorporate new ideas that were brought forward by the visioning process and the AAB to make sure that other concerns besides the movement of the runway are included. But that's the difference in the time schedule, really, is that the previous ALP already has an IEP with it. It would need a small update, but it wouldn't take 18 months.
And at our last airport advisory board, I think we kind of said at the end of it, I think we're open to looking at these things. We didn't want to lock ourselves into a solution that was developed 3 years ago if it didn't make sense. And if this is a solution that makes sense, I don't want to speak for the board. I can't. I won't. But it was something we said we should consider this if it's more practical.
We agree.
I want to point to Howie has his hand up.
A runway crossing question. Could you put the screen up?
Runway crossings.
There you go. You only talk about going from the west to the east or east to the west by going across the runway. At the north end, could you pave that in such a way that that could be a crossing that's beyond the north end of the runway?
I don't think the terrain would allow that to happen. Conceptually, yes, there are end-around taxiways that go way around and kind of come back. The issue here in Aspen, I think, is going to be the slope to accommodate that and the need for a
just dirt
20 to 40 foot retaining wall.
Dirt?
Yeah.
Look at Rifle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And a taxiway. Would you have to have a connecting taxiway that ran?
Michael.
So,
Yes.
Brad, now with this 80-foot shift, we eliminate the need to move the tower, number one.
Mm-hmm.
We have one crossing that's in the non-high energy area, correct?
Correct.
So we've kind of solved those problems, and there's no other runway crossings besides just that one.
Correct.
Everything's just an exit, correct?
Correct.
Cool.
Is one crossing enough? It seems like any crossings is too many for some people, but I'm just wondering, is one going to be enough to actually service the other side? And is that acceptable? Is that normal?
Yeah, so given that we are unable to reach the departure end of the runway on the west side with a taxiway, we have to cross the runway for whatever activities on the west side. The common ground recommendation calls for small local general aviation to be over there. So it is very limited operations. And again, air traffic will have to assess whether that's, acceptable or not. But I can't imagine a scenario where that level of activity is unacceptable. It really, I think, comes into how much more development can you do on the west side before it becomes problematic and has capacity impacts.
Okay, Bruce.
Do you have a number for the, for the remaining runway length from that crossing? So you could get general aviation off that end?
Turn the mic on.
Oh, sorry. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
if
saying it
they
so
wanted
well.
to do intersection departures,
Right.
we would actually taxi them south, and that's really where that west side taxiway extension would come in. If there was a benefit of being able to depart intersection departures at the midpoint of the airfield, and air traffic was okay with doing that, no reason to believe they wouldn't.
Yeah, that's why I want to know how, do you have a number on the remaining?
Yeah, with the taxiway, with the runway shift, we'd have about less than 6,000 feet, but more than 5,000.
Oh, really? Thank
So
you.
that could be a viable option.
I have a question for Meg.
I'm interested in Francie's timetable about if these things were done, we would be into 6 months. If they were not done, we would be into 18 more months. Is that correct?
That's what he said, and of course, it's just ish, not exact. But the problem if we try to start a NEPA study now is that he projected it's like 18 months, and so that takes us outside the infrastructure bill probability of getting grants in that. But if we used the already approved ALP, altered to represent some of the other recommendations about the environment and all of that stuff, that we wouldn't need an entirely new NEPA study. We would need an upgrade, which would take considerably less time.
So to Dan or Brad, John, the process for approval, how many months, you send this to the AAB and then back to the BoCC, and then you get a final ALP, a revised ALP for the FAA. Is that the process?
So today we can take administrative direction to revise an airport layout plan. That would have to go back to the Airport Advisory Board then for review, and there would be an opportunity for public comment at the Airport Advisory Board meeting, and then the Airport Advisory Board could take a formal vote there to forward either that ALP or that ALP with modifications, whatever the decision is of the Airport Advisory Board, to the Board of County Commissioners. The commissioners then would have to do a formal resolution approving that airport layout plan for submission to the FAA. And so, that's going to require, we're on a fast track. We're a few months out from getting this into the FAA's hands. I think where the speed is probably the reduction in timeline would come at the fact that we had a previous FONSI, finding of no significant impact on an environmental process where the runway was shifted. The terminal is substantially in the same place, the transportation infrastructure substantially in the same place, and so we don't have 100% confirmation, but it looks like we could do an update to our previous environmental process, and they felt like the ALP timeline would probably be a lot quicker because they've done a lot of that review already.
And I want to point out there are 2 opportunities for public comment. And that would be first at the AAB meeting, second when it gets back to the BoCC.
Meg wasn't quite.
Were you still going? Sorry. Go ahead. And then I have a couple more.
Kelly, you want to go ahead?
No, I can wait.
The monies, to be clear on the monies, that you said the our representatives want a project in this hand in time to get the monies. What the timetable for the monies, Dan?
So the bipartisan infrastructure bill had 5 years worth of funding of $5 billion, $1 billion each year. 3 years.
Up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3 years have already gone with the infrastructure bill. So there's 2 years remaining, $1 billion each year. So $2 billion left over through 2026. And typically for an infrastructure bill grant, you apply for that 2026 money in 2025, and hence 2025 and 2024. So, but we will be required to have an approved ALP, possibly an approved environmental study before we can apply for those grants.
Valerie, you've had your hand up for a while.
Thanks. So with this concept, back to the drawing board what we had when we started the visioning process, does that give enough room over on the west side for the, was it 56 aircraft that are currently based? And I think we were talking that the FAA was saying that they wanted us to address our wait list is also included, and I don't know the exact number on that anymore, but I think it was between 30 and 50. So now you're talking 80 or 90 aircraft be over there. And then I think the other thing that the FAA said is that the CAIO standards, whatever that is, have to be met. So that means more space for each aircraft, or is that gone? Like they don't care about that anymore?
The ICAO parking standards were part of the vision process, actually, and the reason that we proposed that out of the vision, so it was not FAA required. Okay. In fact, they're not totally excited about it, but we felt like in order to prepare for electric charging infrastructure, we needed to know where cables were going to go.
Yeah, you need more
and there's a
space
safety aspect and more space.
Right.
And yeah.
So what I'm trying to get around to some sort of number. 80 to 90 based aircraft would have to be on that side of our local.
It's actually, I think, around 150.
150.
Yeah, you have 90 today.
Okay, and the space that is that you are indicating here now would accommodate that many?
That's correct.
Okay, and that little square or little rectangle that's sort of orange off the purple, is that the ops building that you're talking about having to move?
To the north of the yellow
yeah,
apron?
right there. Yeah, is that the ops? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the AOC.
Okay, so there it would have to be removed?
No, actually the Common Ground recommendations call for an expansion of the AOC, and that's the brown area that's reflected there.
The expansion?
The expansion.
Okay.
If the taxiway, if the west side taxiway is shifted, extended to the south, so that last segment, sort of where the green oval is, right in there, that portion would require the relocation of the entire AOC, because that taxiway now with the runway shift would go through a portion of the building.
Too close.
Right.
So what are you saying, that you're not going to do that extension that far? That extension wouldn't come that far, or you are going to
Yeah, I think it would have to be evaluated, because I don't know the benefit. The FAA was saying they wanted to see some alternatives that showed that. I believe the FAA would look at this and say, that's not significant enough to increase the accessibility, and if that's as far as you can go, don't bother. I can't speak for the FAA, but that's my assessment.
Okay. And then the other issue I was wondering about, and I think you have some apron space on the west side for the based operations, right? So that it can come out of their parking spot and be out of the way of the taxiway. Is that right? No?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Well, we were talking about an apron on the other side for the commercials, so they didn't back out or their way into the taxiway.
That's on the terminal.
But on the west side, do we have some space for the little guys to be able to do the same thing?
Yeah,
is that what that yellow is? Or?
Yeah, there's a what's called a taxi lane, so it's not a controlled air traffic controlled tower controlled area, and there are sufficient taxi lanes. You can see them weaving around the aircraft. Those are what the aircraft would push back on to run up and do their procedures and maneuver.
And then the last thing I wanted to ask right now anyway is, in this configuration, if we were to do this, there wouldn't be a need or a way for any of the big bigger aircraft, the general aviation jets or whatever, to pull in over there because it's a really busy week or something like that, where they would have a little more flexibility if they could move some of them over to the west side? Is that still a consideration?
They would physically be able to maneuver anywhere on the airport, so they'd be able to use any of those runway or the taxiways. I don't know why they would go over there, because there's not a place for them, but that's a sort of an operations.
Like a slop over situation when we have a windy weekend like we had a couple weekends ago where everybody was
That would be
at a
up to the
standstill.
airport how to control that.
I want to ask you more questions now.
Can
Thank
I
you.
ask one related to that? Just if we increase the west side parking for 150 small aircraft, or 1 and 2 category, or however you quantify
Small local
those,
general aviation is,
does that imply that the traffic is going to be great enough on that side? There's going to be, I don't know how many operations we get from that population of aircraft, but if the number of operations increases on that side from people coming from that side, is that going to affect the way the FAA looks at it? If you put too many over on the west side, you create an operations problem. And what is that? We know what the boundary is. What's the breaking point for that?
Yeah, we don't. It would be up to air traffic control to do an assessment on that runway crossing, whatever procedures they put in place, determine how long it's going to take them to cross an aircraft, and then figure out how many aircraft it would take before that would become a problem. They can do a quantitative assessment of that, which they're very good at, and they would do. We have talked about the county doing a qualitative assessment through some type of simulation that would help us understand the volume of activity on the west side, the number of crossings. After we understood what the procedures would be for that, we could model it and understand what the impact would be and how the frequency and the amount of those before it became a capacity problem or an accessibility problem.
Got it. Francie?
I think Kelly has a question
sorry,
ahead of me,
Kelly.
though.
I guess I'm just wondering if there's a way to evaluate these alternatives against our goals. Like, how do we demonstrate this alternative to the 30% reductions in noise and pollutions and things like that? Because that's sort of what I always go back to in determining that and I'll just say I'm a little unclear as to like what our comparison is now between the 2018 ALP and the Common Ground recommendations and what this proposes. It'd be nice to work through
So the difference,
our 15 points in the Common Ground and where those retain or where they depart as a standalone, or whether they depart back to the 2018 ALP.
So simplistically, if, Abe, can you back up about 5 slides to the Common Ground recommendation? Right there. So this is the Common Ground recommendation. So everything, as we step through this, these are the changes, right? So the EMAS and the blast fence, that's not a big deal. The runway crossings aren't a big deal. Start flipping through them, please. Keep going. So that will be a change, right? So we're shifting a stub taxiway. That purple line there, that's going to be technically a deviation from the Common Ground recommendations. And you could evaluate whether that was a significant change or not. Obviously the west side taxiway, that's a significant change. But again, it was addressed in the Common Ground recommendation. So I don't know how you would evaluate. You would have to conclude whether that was significant or not. This is where, it's sort of, that's a difference, right? So this is obviously not a question for me.
Sure, yeah. No,
but you can look at this and say,
I don't seek to answer that today.
This is the difference.
There will be a lot of evaluation of ALP.
So Kelly, I think.
But that's how I'm thinking.
I apologize.
That's okay, go ahead.
So with the Vision Committee, I think the realization was that if we don't make a change and we stick with current technology, we're not going to meet emissions and noise goals. And so I think what we can do And this is something that Jackie, I think you've also been wondering about, is trying to understand kind of probabilities of what's going to happen, right, with aircraft. We certainly had an aircraft that we would hope would serve this market, that's in our fleet mix, that does achieve some of those emission and noise goals. If they fly in, there are aircraft that don't achieve those goals, and so looking at the probabilities of what would happen is probably something we could do, and then measure against our climate and noise goals in particular. The growth goals were really managed through terminal design and throughput, and I think that is still intact with this. And so I think this has the possibility of meeting those goals, but we need to go back and do that analysis.
Well, and I'm going to add too that, as we talk about safety in the air and on the ground, you can argue that it's probably going to be safer to have a wider runway. You can, we've already concluded that the FAA says it's just as safe to have the shift of the runway 80 feet. They've already said that that's equivalent. John just talked about the greenhouse gases, and we can do the analysis between what kind of airplanes we believe will come in through the probability and statistics.
And I just think not necessarily specified in the common ground recommendations, but if you had to bring the vision committee back today and say, would you like a 100-foot tower built on the north side of Route 82, which would be obviously an eyesore, view planes, et cetera. I don't speak for the 140 people on the committee, but I would say that probably the answer to that would probably be no. So I think this shift obviates the need for that.
And be $100 million in the hole.
Yeah.
And well, I didn't get to the money yet. I'm just thinking aesthetically, what would our citizens like? Would they like this 100-foot tower as an eyesore or a smaller tower on the field? I think that goes towards the recommendations, even though it's not specifically called out for.
It was a non-starter when we were actually talking about increasing the size of the tower instead of bringing in the cameras. I mean, that was a complete non-starter.
Okay.
A few years ago.
That was when we did the extension of the runway towards Buttermilk. We had that discussion.
Go to Howie and then Francie.
Can we go back to that design? Two points and a question. Is there a label, is there a name for this design, this configuration that we should refer to when we're saying
We haven't
FAA 101 or something?
We haven't got
like
that far, but
The runway
we'll
shift, call it the
have a
runway
name
shift
for it.
now.
What's that?
Call it the runway shift for now. Shift.
Runway shift, yeah.
Runway shift, okay. And you talked about accessibility standards for the FAA, that they're very concerned about that. Could you speak again how this meets the FAA's accessibility requirements or doesn't?
Well, the FAA's requirement is to maximize accessibility. They have a plan that's already been reviewed and approved by the FAA that meets that goal. And it includes a runway shift. It's on your existing airport layout plan. So from their view, it's only when you go to change the plan that they start to wonder what the impacts are. I think in this case, they're going to look at why there is no full-length west side taxiway, because that's what really limits the accessibility. The runway shift, it's the same runway, that doesn't change anything. But because we cannot fit a full-length taxiway on the west side without acquiring land, they've sort of already agreed with that. They're not going to make us, they're going to make you acquire land. So that's off the table. Now the question is, what do we do with the limited space that we have available? And again, they want to shift the runway. They've already approved that. So that accessibility issue, in my mind, it comes down to, okay, this is as far as we can extend that west side taxiway with the runway shift. do you want to do that or not? Does it improve accessibility or not? And I think their determination would be, it really doesn't affect accessibility. Therefore, they've kind of satisfied that in their minds.
Help us understand what they're thinking about when they say accessibility.
Yeah, thank you.
So they're looking at if we leave the runway where it's at and we shift the taxiway to the east by 80 foot, we are reducing apron.
Right.
That is reducing accessibility. Our counter.
You mean gates?
Gates, apron, parking positions, anything.
Okay.
Number of
Right.
aircraft able to work on the airport.
Yeah. That to them is limiting accessibility. You're providing less space. So our response to that is, well, we're going to replace that apron that we lost on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've accommodated that. But now they're saying, okay, fine, if you're gonna do that, I want to be able to provide additional apron on the east side or on the west side. That just provides additional accessibility. The more apron you can provide, the more accessible it is. The more runways you can provide, the more accessible it is. So they're simply looking at the alternative that is different than the approved ALP, and they're saying, okay, but you can't limit the amount of apron. You can't reduce the amount of apron. And so if we're gonna shift that over to the west side, if we're gonna take apron away from the east side and put it on the west side, we have to be able to use that apron, and therein comes the needs for taxiways and runway crossings and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that kind of goes back to Valerie's question about numbers. Does the FAA, are they calculating numbers of planes that can be on the aprons or in storage as a number that should be increasing over the next, as a result of what we do?
Yeah, I think I would characterize
Maybe
it
that's not
as
the right way to ask the question. but-
maximized.
Maximized.
They want maximized, whatever that means. So I think they look at this and they say, well, if you're going to change the plan, I just want to make sure you're not manipulating or artificially constraining the airport, right?
Do we know what our current maximum is now, and is the FAA thinking that number has to be some percentage higher for them to sign off?
No, again, I think they're looking at it more as how do we maximize it, right? Their point is, listen, we're giving you federal money, we're making an investment, and we expect to maximize the benefit and the value of that investment. And the way they maximize it is by providing the maximum amount of accessibility for those funds, right? So they've given you over $100 million to maintain and improve the airport. And they want to make sure that the county is not artificially constraining the airport to restrict access.
You still haven't answered my question.
I'm sorry, say it
I mean,
again.
what I understand that, and I'm not trying to play games, but we're at a certain level of activity, of parking and handling of airplanes, right? I mean, and we're going to move the runway as the orange runway is depicted up there. If we were to take this to the FAA and say, okay, this is what we want to do, are they saying, well, we really want you to be able to make that maximum that you have now 10% larger?
No, they would say, is there anything we can do on here to provide additional accessibility? And I think the answer is no. We've done everything we can do to maximize accessibility. If you don't shift the runway and you do take apron away on the east side,
then you've reduced.
You've reduced it.
Okay.
But we responded by saying, well, yes, we reduced it on the east side, but we moved it over and expanded it on the west side. So we're actually providing more.
I ask a question on this point?
Okay.
Yeah.
The
Are you on this
FAA is-
topic?
What do they say to that?
Kelly has a question on this.
Yeah, it's kind of on this topic.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask about expanding the west side taxiway to the north. Is that, because Howie had asked about doing a crossing off the end of the runway. And when I think about driving past the runway, it does seem like it's flat out there past those last lights, but how would you get there? So can you go north from that runway?
You can, but it's very, very expensive. And the FAA is going to look at that and say, okay, is that a good use of our funds to be able to get people around the runway so we can avoid runway crossings? Yes, it would be nominally safer, but I think they would argue that air traffic will institute policies and procedures that ensure the safety of that runway crossing. And if it costs $100 million to put this taxiway all the way around, is that the best use of their funds?
But the topography would allow for it.
Well, I'll go to Howie's
Can
point. It's like
engineer anything.
it's just time and money and engineering and.
Okay, but it's not open space and it's our land and it's like not horribly steep or any of that.
It's
horribly
steep.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
The retaining wall from the current northernmost point right there
Of the
to the end
purple?
of the runway, the retaining wall along that taxiway would be 20 to 40 feet tall.
Oh, I see. I see. Thank you.
I gotta ask.
Kelly.
Yeah, mine's a little bit on Howie's point. I guess I'm trying to anticipate this accessibility questions, because bigger planes are going to require bigger parking areas. And so I don't know how that math results in when you're thinking about accessibility. Is the accessibility improved because now more different kinds of planes can come, or is the accessibility reduced because fewer can park? Like, what does that mean for like our parking? Them telling us, so now you got to add on top of your 90, now you got to add even more to accommodate the larger area. I don't know how they think
Really
about that.
interesting question.
Yeah.
It's a balance, right? This is a calculus equation, not a math equation.
I did pretty good in calculus.
Simplistically, let's think of it first as, so there's two components, right? There's the apron. What do you do when the planes get here? And then there's the runway and taxiways. How do you get the planes here? So if we talk about the apron first, just think of it very simplistically as square footage of apron, right? We cannot reduce that square footage of apron, and the FAA would love us to maximize that square footage of apron. But in a place like Aspen, there's a practical limit to how much you can build because of the terrain, because of the conditions and the operating configurations and all of that. And there's a point at which the investment is not worth the return. It's not a valuable investment. And they understand this. They get it, right? So to Howie's point, we could avoid the runway crossings by building a $100 million, if not more, taxiway around the end. The county is not going to do that. They're not going to. That's not a priority for you. So it would have to be a priority for the FAA, and they would have to come up and fund 90% of that. And the FAA, that doesn't even raise to their level. They're going to say, no, we're going to solve this operationally, and we're going to go like that.
That's an alternative that you're not even going to give them because you think they'd throw it out right off. Not worth the time spent
It's not
designing
worth
it.
Right. And they realize that.
And your additional parking pad that's on the to the left, to the north, that's grayed out here next to the yellow on the west side, that's the potential maximization additional space.
Yeah, we can continue to expand the general aviation apron on the west side into that area. And we've nominally shown an area that's.
ESA.
I'm sorry?
It's the ESA.
No, the west.
No, this is the west side, right
We're
there.
talking about west
Okay.
side.
Thank you,
East is up, west is down.
There are conditions on that expansion, though, in the common ground recommendations. It's to analyze if it increases or decreases drop and goes. I mean, there's some conditions on that expansion portion.
Also, it looks like Owl Creek runs right through the center of it to me.
Yeah. And in the blue that you have not talked about, Brad, is, and I think that's new unless it was listed, but that's the EVOL section that we're,
Yeah, we've sort of
I
nominally,
think the board asked us to take a look at that for the future, and we ended up
I'd
dashing
put that on
in
the
as
roof
well.
of the terminal personally, but that's a future decision. Okay, I wanted to make sure we've got
You got
roughly
Valerie over
20
here.
minutes left. Valerie, is your hand up?
Yes,
Well, let me just, before you go, do you have anything else to share with us? You're done, we're just in our conversation. Are we trying to reach a decision from the AAB today? If they're,
I don't think we're not in a profile to get a decision, but I think if there is direction,
if there's a thumbs
for
up from the AAB.
ALP, so that we can bring it for a formal action, it would be good to know what that is.
Okay, so the best we're going to do would be a thumbs up saying move this on, and we'll debate it at our next AAB meeting after it's presented to us.
Which is the 21st.
Right, and then it'll come back to us. Public hearings on both ends. Okay, Valerie, thank you.
Thanks. So there's an elephant in the room that has not been discussed at all, and that's, sentiment within the community. The whole reason the visioning happened was when the ALP from 2018 was presented to the public, people's hair caught on fire, and that's what happened, right? There was a lot of blowback, and that's what led to the visioning, and it, here we are. But 4 or 5 years later, right? And now we're looking at the very same thing again. And it hasn't been discussed here, but I think it's something everybody should at least contemplate between now and the 21st. And that's that we still have plenty of people in the community that are very concerned about bigger aircraft coming in here and an overall growth at the airport. Continuing to make a growth in our whole community. So, I don't think we should do this decision-making in a vacuum, because I think we don't necessarily know what the community would vote on if they had an opportunity to do so. And I still say that's something we maybe should consider. That's it.
Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate you saying that. Patty?
Yeah, I just, one of my concerns is, and I want to make it very clear, is that the efforts of the community through all the processes we've done over how many years now are not for naught. My hope is that we will continue, if we do choose, if it goes in the direction of moving the runway, which for me right now, after being in Washington and hearing the discussions, especially about funding and about timeframes, is to incorporate into layering into revised modernization of the already approved ALP, all of those positive efforts that came out from the community's work as far as environmental issues, safety issues, all the things we've listed. Those are key factors that I feel were supported when we were in Washington, that by FAA, by our senators and by our congresswoman, and even in talking with Congressman Negus's staff, everybody was like, there's a lot of positives that want to be carried forward. So it wouldn't be the same old ALP that's approved. It would be a revised version of that to incorporate in what, for me, is a critical thing, which is the pavement issue right now. That's new information, and that has really changed, for me, a lot of thinking, because that's a critical point, so that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think direction going back to the Airport Advisory Board, who spend a lot of time and energy, helping the Board of Commissioners move forward. Now I'm sorry to say, asking you to do it again, because there's been definite changes in conditions.
Okay. Change conditions certainly justify it, looking at it again. And I think that, if I can make an analogy, if you're trying to optimize something, say, if you're trying to build a sailboat and you want to build an entirely new design of a sailboat, you realize that they've been optimized over centuries for the shape they're in. And I kind of think the FAA optimizes and has a great experience doing that, as do airport designers. So we're trying to figure out what we can do to improve this and make this the best possible airport under the conditions we've set. And it turns out that perhaps the optimum thing to do could have been what they were talking about at the outset. And it's actually okay to have examined this and gone through this. As much brain damage as it is, it's not uncommon for this to happen. The thing that we have to keep in sight, and I want to thank Kelly for that, and I want to thank Valerie for that, is the community does have goals that are aspirational at the best and most frustrating, but we have to keep those in mind. And so I think we're going in the right direction. We're doing the best we can with it, and we still have opportunities. And I look at this as a modified ALP1, and I don't know if we can call it that. That might be, but it's something that's been approved that requires modifications. I would like to take the last 15 minutes we have to hear from Jackie and maybe Meg as the leaders. I don't want to cut anybody else out who has something to say, but you haven't spoken much, and if you want to say something, and Meg as well, just as chairs who kind of collate all the information, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, and where do you think this is, how do you think it's going, and where, if we look for some sort of, consensus from your board on, do we want to take this forward and put the staff and, give the staff some direction to bring something to you for the 21st.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Greg. I have been doing a lot of listening, not just here, but also in the community. And, I don't know how many times I've seen the presentation, so I'm pretty familiar with it. And it's great. So I don't see the shift as being something that's completely off track from where we were with the visioning process. I think that we have put a lot of time and energy and effort into this. The AAB is not an elected board. It is our job to do our homework and to come up with the best recommendation as a board that we can come up with and bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners. And they have to really manage the sentiment of the entire community, not just one sliver of it, but all the people in the community that they represent. And I feel like the AAB has a lot of good information now, and some of these things obviously are new that we didn't have before, but I don't think it really has to change the direction that we're trying to go with the community in our goals on safety, emissions, noise, and growth. These are all part of the approved ALP with modifications that we're talking about with the Common Ground recommendations. And in my opinion, that is the smartest route forward, is to go with the shift and then to add as many of the Common Ground recommendations to the plan as possible. We know a lot of them are already okay with the FAA. And it feels to me like we should be able to move forward with the new information rather quickly and come within a time frame where we can potentially qualify for a lot of this federal money. And I feel like that is in the best interest of the community. So I would like to take this up in the next AAB board meeting and try and get to a vote in that meeting.
Thanks, Jackie. Meg,
I
you
would
wanna
ditto everything that Jackie said, and noting that we will have time before the full agenda at the AAB meeting for public input, and then afterwards also. But I'm quite concerned about the time frame that we need to achieve. And so I think that it will be useful for us to make a recommendation, but we have to discuss it as the AAB, to consider all the information that we've learned, particularly knowing that so much of it is predicated upon the Common Ground recommendations. This is just a slight layering of new information relative to also the monies that can be had if we do it in a timely manner. I probably am the one who might be taking the lead in the terminal development, and we all know that the terminal is a critical part of this whole process, so the monies for that would be important too. So would it be useful for us to do a thumbs up since we have the AAB here, or shall we wait and have our discussion next Thursday?
I'd like to, first of all, we've got a few minutes left. I don't know if you'd get a full thumbs up yet, but.
So I think if it is that kind of question, it needs to be, do you want staff to develop this out so that you have a specific proposal to consider on the 21st, not whether you approve of it or not.
Right, and also if there are any other questions that we can squeeze in the next few minutes or add, before this comes back to you. Button's up. Bruce.
I just have some concerns that the accessibility, the unfettered accessibility really does get in conflict with the community values that they set. I mean, I don't know how it really affects, but if you've been around this airport during a peak kind of weekend or just a regular weekend, the congestion is absolutely unbelievable. So I don't know how getting more aircraft based here or more airplanes here makes that any more doable. I mean, the traffic, there's 10 airplanes waiting to take off. There's 30 airplanes circling, burning gas, waiting 4 hours, incredible delays everywhere. And I don't know if this addresses that or not. Or I don't know if just keeping it the same way addresses it or not. This makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to me as a GA guy, just saying on the west side and pulling out there and making a 4,000-foot, takeoff. You get rid of those guys real easily. But, it's always bothered me, especially the input I get from the community, that these kinds of advancement, unfettered accessibility is going to add to some of the problems we have. And a lot of these people I talk to are not in favor of that.
I'm hoping that can be part of the preparation. An answer to that would be great to have the pros and cons of, understanding Bruce's question and then possible answers. More parking means fewer touch and goes, I guess, but there are also more planes and more congestion possibly. I don't know what's better. That seems to be, we do know the FAA demands this, and that's the rub. So do we have the ability to even control that? I don't know. I want to make sure I'm.
Can I just address that really quickly, though? Because it's my understanding that with the IKEA parking, that it would be less congested and less chaotic, and that we're not necessarily saying that we're going to add more of parking spaces. We just have to stick with what we have. We can't reduce. Thank you.
Thanks for Auden.
I also, just responding to that, I think this change is no different from the other one we were looking at in terms of that capacity. It's the same thing. So my comment is, I think one way to move forward would be to say, can you, staff, bring us a presentation of this? And like you've done before, Brad, here's how it meets the Common Ground recommendations, or here's how it misses it. I think what's new here with regard to Common Ground aspirations is that there's time and there's opportunity cost. If you did the old airport runway and you had to put $100 million into a tower, forget the visuals, that's something the community could have spent on whatever it wanted. What do you like? Schools, climate, whatever. Or not be in debt. And then the other piece is time, which is if we delay, there's also opportunity cost in terms of access to money, and you may end up with the airport non-functional. So I think those inform those Common Ground aspirations, time and opportunity cost.
Thanks, Auden. Somebody over here, Howie.
Howie needs a mic.
I think what we're talking about at our meeting on the 21st, which is 9 days from now, a summary, and Auden really led to it. I'd ask staff to provide us with a summary of the points that we've talked today so we can work our way through them and meaningfully discuss them. And I'd add to that recap numbers that Brad sort of threw out here, some of the money numbers. Money numbers are driven both by timing, which Francie's addressed, which I think is critical for us to understand it, and just the magnitude of the numbers that we're talking about. Because we've all kind of done some trade-offs here. Well, if we save $100 million off the tower, we can pick up something over there. Well, I think we need to look at that very responsibly and not just sort of casually go about it. Because I think that's going to be a big question is whether the community, and the final number would be, back to Brad, you talked about maximizing to meet the FAA's accessibility. I'm still confused what that number might be, and it's to what Bruce is saying. I mean, the public's going to look at that and say, are we making progress with respect to flow, congestion, and parking spaces, and how do we responsibly deal with that challenge?
Yeah, there's a practical limit to that, right? Because the more apron you build, now you start impacting the runway throughput, which is also accessibility, right? So there's a balancing act there.
So I think we need to talk that through, so you can fly us through that, if you will.
Yeah, let me think
Okay.
about that between now and the
Okay.
next meeting and see if I can't think of a way to analyze that.
You don't want to be building a parking lot for Easter Sunday, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the questions are starting to taper off here.
I think it was a great discussion.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for your participation all these years, it seems, in this.
Greg, can I just
Yeah. You
recount?
wanna wrap
Staff
up?
direction is to bring forward a revised ALP based on the last slide that just disappeared from the screen. That includes the runway shift, yes. With some analysis related to how it relates to the vision, to the goals that were approved in the resolution, as well as trying to get some estimates based on the capacity and accessibility questions so that we have a better sense of that.
And is
And
that from
funding.
the
And then
AAB, or
funding.
do you need a nod from the BoCC as well?
Neither board can take a vote today.
Yeah,
I'm just not talking about those.
yeah,
Directing
I'm
staff.
just making sure that I
Makes
understand
sense.
what the expectations are for the 21st meeting of the AAB.
I want to take a minute maybe just to ask Kelly, does that, you have specific concerns about meeting the common ground recommendations and the vision, we're still trying to keep that, the holy grail in mind there. And I know Valerie has the concerns. When you come back to the AAB, how are those concerns going to be articulated? Because I take what you say very seriously, and Kelly as well. It comes up every time, and I just want to make sure that if alternatives exist that ought to be looked at, we're not going to get one recommendation from you, I don't think, to the AAB. Is that right? A single recommendation, or is this going to be still a palette of decisions that they can chew on?
No, the AAB will be presented with a plan that they will vote to approve and accept and push forward. If it doesn't happen next week, if they come up with new ideas, we'll continue to evaluate until we have something that the AAB can support. That's my understanding. And then whatever that happens, then it will
So
come
we don't
forward.
have a drop dead of the 21st, it's
Right.
just the next step. But also, that will be a public meeting with a public hearing that'll probably be well attended, I assume.
If I may, I just will reiterate that as we've gone along, we've been presented with a spreadsheet of the common ground recommendations versus what we're considering with check marks. So we have a fairly quantitative way of looking at how we're matching up to those previous expectations.
Great.
And so
thank
we
you.
would
So that's
continue to
part of
have
it.
that, I would hope.
And Greg, I just want to add that I would like to get us to a vote at the next meeting. And I don't know if that'll happen, but I would like to get there. And I think we're going to be spending the entire meeting discussing this.
Yeah, and the agenda is that, I agree.
Valerie?
Just, since there hasn't been a word from the traffic controllers on that crossover, they haven't come up with any kind of comments to you, is that right? Their traffic controllers haven't said whether they think this is a safe idea?
that?
Yeah, no, they did. They
They
said.
think it's a safe idea.
Yeah, they said we'll allow runway crossings not inside the high energy area, push as far as towards the end of the runway as possible, and they will do an assessment to determine the procedures that need to be in place to ensure that that's a safe operation.
And again, I asked you this question before, but you told me that there was no place in the world where there's an airport with a single runway that flies in opposition that has a crossover. Is that still true?
That I was aware of.
That you were aware of. Did you find one in the meantime?
I haven't been searching diligently, but no, I have not come across
So
one.
to your knowledge, there is no airport in our situation that allows crossovers?
Not to my knowledge.
I had one question highlighted I'd love to ask. We don't have to answer it today, but what is the level of authority? When you say local ATC has suggested the tower needs to move somewhere to the east, one, does the tower study, when they do that, allow alternative suggestions that we might come up with? And are they the last word? When you say local, I think, well, if it's local, is it the last word?
Yeah, no, the input from the local control tower was in the January 29th meeting with the ADO. And so as we were discussing these issues, they were opining and contributing to that discussion.
They were contributing, but they aren't the last word. It'll
Correct.
come from somewhere upstairs.
The tower siting study will be done by National Air Traffic Control in Atlantic City, and they have a whole
And they'll be
department for
looking
that.
at alternatives. Hopefully, we've got plenty of them.
They're
Right.
happy to look at as many as you want.
Okay, it's 5 o'clock.
do
I'm going to
wanna
give Kelly
answer-
the last word.
Well, I just want to answer your question
Go ahead.
that you posed. So I think, and I can think through and send you more thoughts, but I think the kind of things that would be helpful for me is, okay, so we're going to talk about replacing a runway versus a taxiway. What does that do in terms of our overall climate number calculator? We're going to propose extending taxiway over here. What does that do? What is I'm still unclear of how, if we don't shift the east side taxiway, how that reduces our apron and what that begs for a west side apron to accommodate. So thinking through some of those things, and I can't see how there's a lot of noise implications, but if there's noise implications to the Owl Creek side, like what are we thinking through as we think through those things? That would be the type of stuff that I would ask to think through if we're trying to assess what does this new plan look like against, the proposed plan and the goals that we've set overall. So hopefully that's helpful. I'm sure I'll think of more tonight in the middle of the night, and I won't call anyone, but I'll jot you a note.
As a
As
point
I
of
do so,
clarification, Commissioner, you mean compared to the common ground recommendations?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Great.
And those overarching goals.
And the overarching goals. Yeah.
Okay.
Because there are certain things that are they're resolved, right? Like some things about noise, like we made that decision when we decided a fleet mix. Some of that I get is not going to change in this new proposal. Paying attention to where there is a change, I think, would be helpful in thinking through this. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. I don't think we need a motion because it's not so I'm just adjourning the meeting. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Grassroots. You'll have an opportunity to comment on the 21st of the AAB.